going live. Okay, we're live. We're going to be starting here shortly. So, hello everyone. It's Parm King. I'm getting ready for the session to start. Some of the people are logging on. This is session number 12, and it's kind of Vallaki, Vallaki run amok. It's turned into a total shit show here. Hold on. Let me see. It's turned into a total shit show in Vallaki. What's going on? Well, we've had the festival in Vallaki. Vallaki's run by a baron who's insistent upon keeping everybody happy and having these festivals. The party has discovered Rictavio is Van Richten, the vampire hunter. Unfortunately, he's disappeared. It seems he may have been kidnapped. His wagon was burnt to the ground, which a couple of players have found. Our Paladin and Cleric have discovered that Stella, who's Lady Fiona Walker's daughter's curse, she's strapped to a bed, purring like a cat under some kind of curse. Our Cleric has also rescued a young Vistani girl who's being drowned near the lake. They've gone to the Baron's house when it was Falkon von Habsburg has been bitten by a vampire. He's been taken to the Baron's house to recover. Some of the players had gone there during the festival and had discovered the attic where Victor the Sun is practicing some dark magic, and it's just kind of totally run amok. We've got some players that are being hunted down by the town's guard. We've got some players that have just discovered Van Richten has been probably kidnapped by Strahd or some vampires, and his wagon's been burned, and it's just turned into this kind of total chaotic cluster. What are the players to do now? And the overarching thread is they're trying to get Ireena to the town of Khyraezul, and Strahd, who is the Lord Master over Barovia, has this infatuation, this unusual hyper infatuation with Ireena, and they have ventured into the town of Vallaki, which is the biggest town in the valley of Barovia, and they've got to decide what they do now. They've been in the town for about 3 days. It's been actually 3 days. It's going on day 4 after the festivals happened, and there's a political battle between the Lady Wachter, who wants to take control of the town, and the Baron, who currently controls the town, and they're getting kind of caught between this political intrigue. Meanwhile, maybe I should just go through the locations here first to give you an update and just show you the map. That might be helpful. Let me just switch over to the map quick. So this is the town of Vallaki here, and I'll bring up some of these things. So right here is, I'll just zoom in over here. This is just for you guys that are watching before the session starts. This is St. Andrew's Cathedral. The bones of St. Andrew are buried in the cathedral, and it's keeping vampires from coming in. The bones were stolen, but our players found the bones and returned them. It seems that Strahd and some of his minions are trying to get the bones, and the bones somehow are protecting the church and maybe parts of the town of Vallaki from Strahd and the vampires. As we move over to the center of the city, we have here is the Blue Water Inn. This is run by the Matikov family. The party has stayed there, and the Matikovs seem friendly, kind of a mysterious, secretive family. Next to that is Rowley's Blacksmith, where players have bought a couple of items there. You also have Dusk Lake Supply, which is kind of a general store. Friedrich's Bespoke Tailor. This is the town gossip. If you want to know anything about what's going on, it's Friedrich. There's the Janovich and Sons bookstores. The players have required several books, some history of Barovia, some history of Arkenvoss and the Amber Temple. we have Blinsky's toys, and they have not visited Blinsky's toys, but what they did find out at the Burgermeister's mansion, Baron Vargas, is that his henchman, Izerk, in his room have a ton of toys from Blinsky's toy shop that are all dolls that look like Ireena. Also in the Burgermeister's home, his son Victor has, I think there's a picture of him here. I think the players did it. Yeah, here's Victor here. Victor's been practicing some dark magic. Over here is the town square. That's where the festival was just had. I'm going to get rid of this. Is Izerk, they were chasing him. If we go north of the town here, this is the Lady Fiona Wachter's house. She's a noble family living in town, and she thinks that we shouldn't piss off or provoke Strahd. It's unsure of whether she really knows Strahd, but she thinks she would probably be better at leading the town than the current Burgermeister, Baron Vargas. If we head north out of town, it goes to Lake Zarovich, where the cleric had rescued the young girl, the young Vistani girl. And now as we move to the west side of town, we have von Habsburg's house. And Falkon von Habsburg is a new character I introduced to the game. He's been helping the players. He's got a long history, his family does, with Barovia. He's kind of staying out of the politics. Both the Baron and Lady Wachter have been vying for power. We have the potion shop, which is run by the only half-elf in the village, and she is close with Falkon von Habsburg. We have the coffin maker shop, where the players have discovered some vampires. And then we have the stockyard, where Richten's trailer had just burned to the ground, and up here we have the prison. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in right now, see if our players are ready to go. They're probably talking.
One cleric, like I'm sure mage armor isn't gonna ruin the game.
Yes.
Hey,
I know, right?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Who are we waiting for here? We've got, I guess, Tim.
Jan.
Tim and.
Hey, speak of the devil, and he appears.
Hola. Oh la la.
I guess we're just waiting for Robin and Sponge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Assuming that Sponge is coming today. He's still dealing with stuff.
He texted me. He says he's looking forward to coming today. He had some personal issues he was addressing. So.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as he's back and he's fine, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It also looks like Pyram had a great morning.
A great morning.
Is drinking at 9 in the morning typical of your lifestyle? If so, I'm quite jealous.
I usually go for a walk around 6 a.m. and have an espresso, and then I either have this little place where all the locals, old men, kind of hang out. They usually have one of those with their espresso. I don't even know what it is exactly. It's some kind of almond wine or something like that.
Nice.
Or they have this thing called ginger, which is made out of cherries. And so I usually walk around, take some pictures. It's in the old part of town, so
That sounds delightful.
clear my head and go for a walk.
That does sound like a really nice routine. I also, being as beer-minded as I am, zoomed in on it, and a thing in the background said Super Bock. Bock being a German style of beer, which was kind of surprising to see in Portugal, I guess.
The two main beers in Portugal are Sagres and Super Bock. So
that's the brand name, Super Bock?
Yeah, Super Bock is the beer they drink in the northern part of Portugal, up near Porto. And then kind of the southern main brand is the Sagres, which is also in that picture too. But yes, Super Bock. So
curious.
Okay, hello, Sponge.
So do we? I guess we're just waiting for
Robin. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, let me. I'll call him.
Sponge, by the way, I can't hear you if you're talking. So.
I'm not talking. Hello.
Oh, okay, cool. I can hear you.
All right. So I thought what we should probably do at this point is kind of revisit a little bit of what's what's happened because
over the past few sessions, yeah.
yeah, because we've the players kind of have separated a little bit, and if there is, I'm going to just kind of highlight it really quickly, and then it'll help Kai catch up as well. So, and Kai was desperately needed with his spidey, tingly senses the last sessions.
Indeed.
So, right now, the festival has occurred during the day. There was a small event at the festival where one of the guards laughed, and the Baron did not take it so well, and he has been punished. He's currently in the stockade, but he is waiting for our Paladin and Cleric to punish him, whipping his mind, so to speak. In some
Can't make that shit up.
form or fashion.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Falkon von Habsburg, when they were attacked that evening, he was bitten by the vampire and grew very weak, and he was at the Third Eye potion shop with Anya, the half-elf, who was trying to help him, and it was suggested to take him to the church. But the Burgermeister, as is the rules of the village, wants to make sure that everybody attends the festival. And so Izerk, who is the henchman, was in town guard, has carried von Habsburg to the Burgermeister's mansion, which they believe, I guess, would be the best place to have him, the most safe place, as obviously the Burgermeister and Izerk probably assume that is probably the most safest place in Vallaki to have him, and he's resting there. However, Erzan decided to not attend the festivities and to sneak into the Burgermeister's house and attack a guard. And the guards have now left the Burgermeister's house along with Izerk to hunt and chase down Erzan. Meanwhile, our Paladin and Cleric have arrived at the Burgermeister's house and decided to explore around. They have found Falkon resting comfortably, but was still fairly drained. But they discovered a couple of scary things. Obviously, up in the attic, they found Victor, the son's room, and some spells and some dark magic. It looks like he tried to create some kind of teleportation or portal spell, but it looked, after they inspected it, fairly dangerous. Meanwhile, Ervan and our Warlock, Ileanys, had seen some smoke at the other side of town and discovered that Rictavio's wagon, who they also learned is von Richten, the vampire's hunter, was burnt to the ground. They found his journal, and they have also found his notebook, which has some very interesting things about some of the people in the town, and his journal kind of talks about the von Richten's history, which they have. And it looks like von Richten was dragged out of town in the eastern gate, which appeared to be ajar and unguarded. And so that is pretty much where we are. Am I leaving anything out?
We also have a small child that we're currently dragging around because we need to get her to her place outside of town.
That's right. Our cleric had ventured up into the Lake Zarovich and found this girl who was being drowned, rescued her, and her father, she wants to be returned to her father, who is a Vistani who lives in the Vistani camp outside of town. So that is where we are. If there's anything that I'm missing or should fill Kai in, or are we pretty good with
So, current locations. We have myself, Jan, and Irvin at the Burgermeister's house.
Ah, yes.
And
Erzan is, by the way, hiding underneath the bed.
Yeah. Oh.
What the hell is going on with Ileanys?
He has a special spell on him. I don't know what's going on with him. He's put some kind of token magic on him. And I don't think Irvan is there. I think it's Erzan there, right?
Yeah, neither of us were there. We're just
Yeah, yeah.
we were
Okay,
discussing.
let me get you out of there. So you guys
Yeah.
should
Yeah,
not be.
from last time. Yeah, from last time we were fucking around.
That's right. And Erzan's underneath the bed. Okay, I see him underneath the bed. There's a guard in the room, and I just put the token in there so everybody can see. So we've got 3 players here. Where are the other players?
Me and Ileanys are walking back to, like, the town square
Okay.
to
yes.
check with the others.
Right. So you guys are in the town square. I got both of you guys there in the town square. So that's kosher.
I'm guessing Kai would be town square as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Kai in there at the town square as well. So, and in the town square we also had, and they're down here, down below is Ismark, Ireena, and Anya. So they're here as well, as along with several of the other players. I think I have 2 Kais in there. Kai, oh, I got too many people in there. Let me get some of the other people out of here. So why don't we go ahead, because we left off with the 3 players at the Burgermeister's house. Let's start off with Kai, Ileanys, and Irvan. So you guys have come back from the roaring fire. It's been put out. Rictavio's wagon has been burnt to the ground. You have found his journal, and it looks like a body. You're assuming it might be him. Was dragged out, and you assume has been kidnapped and has left through the east gate. And you've returned to the town square. And people are just milling about. It's getting into the late afternoon. And you see, if you look on your screen, you can see here in the town square. You guys go to the town square. Can you guys get to the town square?
No,
I see the town
I
square.
see blue water. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, if you could maybe remove the Habsburg house things
Yeah.
from navigation, we'd have more relevant options up top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me
'Cause
just,
there's-
turn those off. Okay.
Okay, now I think we actually have all of the ones that are relevant right now available, so that's
Burgermeister's
good.
Mansion and the Blue Water Inn, Town Square, and then the 2 maps. Alright. So, you guys have returned to the square. There's a little bit of music and festivities going on. The guards have explained to the Burgermeister the fire's been put out on the wagon. They did not report anything, obviously, about Rictavio or anything. They just put out the fire. And you can see a bunch of people in the town. Some of the people you've already recognized. There's the Martikov family. Vasily's there. The little girl is with you guys. She's in the town square. She's kind of with Ireena and Ismark, your group that were hanging out together. You see Yarovich is there and Friedrich. So if you want to mingle or whatever you want to do, you guys don't know, obviously, where the other players are.
Kai would know, because he would have seen them leave, at least in the direction. I don't know if they would have told Kai where he.
So you guys are in the town square. You know that Erzan left the group, but you are here in the town square. So there you have. That's the scene. What would you like to do now? It's getting late afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would Kai know? Did the other 2, did Fiannos and Herjann tell Kai, or?
No, they just
No, we just left, but
Yeah.
if he stayed in the town square, he might have noticed. Not sure.
Yeah, he notices that they're not there, but Kai was Kai was with Ireena and Ismark, and the rest of them here.
So he knows they left for something, but he doesn't know where they went.
Right.
That's it.
In fact, Kai, I'm going to strike him down so he's closer with them where he's been hanging out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, let's roll in.
It seems like the wagon, the carnival wagon was burnt down.
Are you telling that to
To Kai.
Okay. Are you telling that loud enough around, or is this kind of a quiet discussion?
Yeah, quiet discussion. I mean,
Okay.
You can take it to the side, yeah.
Um,
yeah. It seems like Rictavio's wagon was burnt down. I don't know if he's around here.
do you know what happened?
I don't know if somebody set it on fire, but it seemed like a body was dragged from it. And what's very surprising is the eastern gates. There's no guards. There's no guards past it, and it seemed like there was a body dragged past the eastern gates.
So, either guards distracted by the festivities, or they were told to leave their post.
I don't know. Maybe we should ask the mayor, the burgomaster.
I hope it's the first.
Because I would think they would at least leave some couple of guards and not leaving the town completely defenseless. This is. Yeah, do you want to go? Do you want?
Well, do you think there's anyone here that we could ask about it?
Well, the only one that would know what happened to the guards would be the Baron, right? I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you know what happened here? Where's Jan and Iliad? Where's Jan and Fiannos?
They left. I'm not sure where they went.
There goes. They should have left a note at least. All right. Well, anything particular happened, or I don't know if anything particular happened while we were gone.
No,
That Kai would have noticed.
No, there was people are just milling about. There's some drinks and activities. I mean, you can tell people are trying to have a routine and friendly conversations. They know they have to participate in this festival, which is kind of the law of the land here, and so they're, mostly gossiping, chit-chat, small talk, some music going on, some little food stands, that kind of stuff. You see, there's the Baron up there, and you see the father and the Baron's with his wife.
You said the son was here as well, right?
The son is not there right now.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I lean in close to the bear and kind of take him a little bit to the side, away from the wife.
Okay.
Baron, are the guards?
Are you enjoying the festivities here?
Oh yes, of course. It's a lovely place. Everybody
My
seems
guards
to
told
be...
me that you were helpful in putting out the fire at the wagon over there. Some old wagon of some sort must have caught on fire. I want to pass on my personal thanks for assisting the guards in putting out the fire.
Well, yes, of course. Seems like some troublemakers might be doing some pranks around the city. I guess they got ahead on their fun for this festivities. Are there supposed to be guards on the gates surrounding the village?
Absolutely, there's always guards at all the gates. Is there a problem that I should be concerned about?
No.
What were you saying?
No. I'm just looking at him and say, then I have to send someone to the Was it the Western Gate?
It's the eastern gate.
Sorry, Eastern Gate, because no one's standing there right now.
What do you mean there's no guards at the eastern gates? He waves his hand up in the air, and a guard approaches. Yes, sir. It seems to me that no one's at the eastern gate. Would you mind making sure that our watch is posted at the eastern gate? Yes, sir. And you see this guard kind of scurry away.
We were curious about what happened to the wagon, and it seemed like somebody was running off towards the western gate. And when we checked it, there was no guards to be seen anywhere, and it seemed that the gate might have been opened.
Well, that's quite alarming. I've sent a guard there to check on it, but I hope that is not the case. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. Now,
So I was just worried because with everybody being all in one place, maybe maybe some monsters or troublemakers might sneak into the town if there was no guards there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of buildings unattended at the moment.
Yeah, everybody's kind of all distracted by the festivities at the moment.
you see, just as you finish your conversation, or as you're in the middle of your conversation, you see Izerk Trzini approaching, and he's waving to the Burgermeister. And Burgermeister steps over to have a conversation with Izerk.
We try to listen in.
Okay.
Do I see any one of them to face moving?
You can see Izerk's face moving.
Okay. I have observant.
Okay.
I can read lips if I can see their face.
Okay.
Ooh.
So I'm going to have all three of you just roll a perception check to see if you can overhear the whisper, and otherwise Ervan is going to be able to read their lips. And the reason I'm going to do that is because if you guys aren't able to hear it, then maybe reading the lips isn't going to be as clear as day. Okay, Kai is definitely hearing the conversation. Ileanys fails, and Ervan fails. So at least one of you guys are able to hear, and Ervan is able to read the lips. And this is what Kai hears and Ervan is able to read.
Burgermeister, I have some bad news for you. Seems that one of our guests decided to assault one of the guards and try to get into the Burgermeister's home. It's one of the breeds, one of the Bloodhunters. Our guards are out looking for him now, and they haven't been able to find him. I'm quite concerned.
That is alarming.
They was just informing me that the eastern gate is unprotected. Do you think it's this elven half-breed here that's involved in some nefarious activity? I'm not sure. I don't know if he's been able to get that far across town. But in the time it would be. But he's definitely hiding around here. He's assaulted one of the guards. I don't want to cause any panic. I know these are guests of yours, but I thought I'd inform you.
No, you did right to inform me. Apprehend him immediately and take him to the prison when you find him. We'll question him, but don't alert anybody in the town. We don't want to cause a fuss. This is, of course, the festival, and we need to keep morale high, and the cleric and paladin bless the town, and they are our guests, so handle it discreetly, but capture this fiend and we'll find out what he was up to. We cannot let attacking a god go unpunished.
Yes, sir.
And you hear Izerk take back off with some guards. All right? You guys were able to hear that?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Did you guys hear that?
No, I can quite hear it.
Sounds like Erzan's got himself in a bit of trouble.
I don't think it's a first, and it won't be a last.
I look at Urban and I'm like, your brother.
I mean,
Um,
okay, we are ruthless, but I don't think I'm that rash.
how do you think we're gonna get him out of this?
Nothing.
The Baron has stepped back over and he's waving towards you, as if he would like to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you alerting me about the Eastern Gate, but I am quite concerned. I have not seen your I believe he's your brother, the Bloodhunter. Do you happen to know where your brother may be?
Unfortunately not. Like I said to give a second, Izerk, me and him don't see eye to eye, so we don't tell each other where we go. Each time we go, oh wait, did my own disconnect? Okay, yeah, never mind. So yeah, what I'm gonna say is, me and him don't see eye to eye. So when Izerk asked me about him as well, I will say the same. I really don't know if he does anything. I really don't know what he does.
Well, I am unfortunate to share with you. It seems like perhaps he got himself in a bit of trouble. I'll make sure he's not hurt once apprehended, and if you do know where he is, if you could convince him to turn himself in, it would be most wise to do so. By the way, I haven't seen the Cleric and Paladin. They were mingling about here just a bit ago, but they've disappeared. Have you seen them?
We were actually hoping that you would be able to tell us. We ran off to put out the fires, and when we came back, we couldn't find them here anywhere. Do you know where they might have? I was hoping you would be able to tell us. And do you know what happened with his brother Erzan? Like what kind of trouble that he might be in?
I don't know the details. Some trouble that Izerk is looking into.
Surely it's probably something that pissed Izerk off. I'm those two seem to be always butting heads from time to time. It's almost like they're siblings or something.
I mean, if it's true, he's more than a sibling to him than me.
Well,
I'm saying this is jokingly. Yeah.
if you do see him, make sure he turns himself in. I don't want any trouble here, especially on our day of our festivities.
Oh, yes, of course. Hopefully we'll clear up this misunderstanding. I'm sure it's not something too troubling. Hopefully for you. Well, if we're gonna go and enjoy the rest of the festivities, and if you do find out where our friends Fiannos and Jan are, please do inform us.
Of course.
All right, you guys decide what you're gonna do. I'm gonna jump over to the Burgermeister's mansion at this point.
Yeah, how far is the Burgermaster's mansion from here, like feet wise?
If I go over to the Vallaki map, we're talking about each one of those squares. Well, you can see kind of you're talking about, you're in the square. Hold on, let me do the little measurement tool here. Well, the squares aren't, the measurement tool is not accurate. The thing at the bottom of the screen is more accurate. So you're looking at about down and back north, probably about 700 feet. 300 meters or so if you walk down south and then go around.
Sounds good.
I was just trying to see if I can reach them with my message, but that's okay.
Oh yeah, no.
Now,
Good luck.
Incog, were you able to get a hold of Robin?
I talked to them. They said 10 minutes. Probably it's taking no longer, so I'm actually I'll call him again, just in case to make sure.
Right.
But yes, I talked to him first. He said 10 minutes. So.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and jump in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Here.
we are there. So the guard is in the room. Falkon von Habsburg is laying in bed, and underneath the bed is Erzan hiding. So the guards, you had a conversation last time with the guard. He is now kind of stepping out of the room,
I'll be waiting outside.
and he kind of leaves the room and heads outside and shuts the door. So
Wait, he's just exiting the room by himself?
the guard exited the room. He's going to be waiting outside the room.
If we had Robin here, this would be a good time to toss him out the window.
Being super slow, so yeah.
What's super slow?
You're, I'm going off a laptop today, an old crummy
okay.
laptop. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, since the guard stepped outside of the room, I lean down towards the bed and I whisper to him, "Get out the window and get out of the city. We'll meet you at the Vistani camp."
Okay, so I guess since he's not here and it's 30 minutes into the session, what and I'll leave it guys up to you. Should I have him go ahead and I'll roll for him to jump out the window?
If like, okay, it's up to you. Like, if you want to progress the story, yes. But
Well, we kind of can't have him just stay under the bed, like.
I understand, I understand, and I won't say no, even. But he said that he's like, I just called him and he said he's like opening his PC.
Well, this is an opportunity for him to sneak out the window and jump down.
Yeah, so I think he would actually like take it and like.
Okay, so I am going to go ahead and I will roll for his acrobatics.
Okay, he's
check.
Oh, he's here. Hey.
muted as fuck.
He's muted and deafened, so
Yes.
give him a second.
Yeah.
God, what the hell is wrong with this laptop?
I knew something was up because he sounded a lot different than usual.
Yeah.
Sounds muted.
Sorry for the delay. I'm back. I'm here. I'm ready to
Jump out
hide
the
under
window.
some beds.
We're just about to toss you out of the window because
Yes.
the guard left the room.
Yeah.
Just got here in the nick of time.
I am here to. Not
You can
get
fail the
tossed out of
roll
the window.
yourself.
Yes, you can fail the roll yourself.
Yes.
That's
Can you
unlikely.
fail? Can you fail the roll?
No, I can't. I
No.
need to roll a 1
No, a 3.
or a 3.
Sorry, 2 or a 1 to fail, 3 to succeed.
Can I get into the foundry thing first?
No.
Also, no, my mic is not. Oh, it's working. No, it's not working. Why is it cutting?
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear you, but can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can. Yeah, you sound.
Bit
More or less
quieter
okay.
than usual, but that's not really a bad thing.
Yes, don't question your mic.
Do you want me to go ahead and roll for you, Robin, to jump out the window?
Let me do it myself. I accessed the game and I will fail the roll myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, so while we're waiting for him to access the game, I'm going to leave it up to Herjann and Fiannos to do anything they'd like to talk about or anything while we're waiting.
I'm assuming he gets out of the window. I'll just assume that he gets out of the window fine, and at that point we're like, yeah, we should probably head back before the Burgermeister starts getting antsy.
Yeah, actually, now that we're alone with Falkon von Habsburg, I'd actually like to. He's still sleepy / unconscious, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, he's conscious, but you can see he's fairly weak.
Okay, in that case, I want to actually inspect because he's been bitten. I want to inspect his wounds.
Okay.
And so I walk up to him. I say, Falkon, would you mind? Vampire bites are so unusual. I would like to see yours
Sure.
and add to my knowledge of
roll,
vampires.
Roll a let's see, a investigation check.
I'll help him. I'll help him as well. That's fine. You want to investigate?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Help work.
You look at the neck and you see that there's some blood there and a couple of holes that looks to you like a snake bite. And that's about all you can ascertain from it.
Not even a bad
Even with
bite.
the advantage that Fiannos, well, can he actually help me? Is the question. He did.
Oh.
He did say he would help me, which would give me advantage.
Okay. Yeah. I apologize.
The question is whether he can help me investigate. How would that work logistically? Is he going to guide my eyes? But
well, I think if he's going to aid you, then maybe he's helping pull back the shirt and cleaning the area and looking with it, and you guys are observing it together. Is what I'm going to say.
Exactly.
So, as you look at it closely, you can see that there's actually 2 puncture wounds in there, but something doesn't sit with you exactly right. It doesn't look like there was any flesh torn from it, more like a bite, like a snake bite that looks like either venom was injected or something was withdrawn. When you inspect it further, you notice 2 interesting things. Number 1 is that the vampire bite has some type of numbing effect, like a local anesthesia, so the person isn't in pain when they receive that bite.
I know, Robin.
So you definitely
I'm using a different laptop.
What's that?
Robin was just saying that my mic sounds different.
Yeah, so you notice that. The other thing that you notice about this particular vampire bite is it doesn't look like it was that he struggled. It doesn't look like there was violence. You would assume that there would be some, maybe 2 or 3 attempts, or there'd be some struggling. It looks like he received this vampire bite without any particular struggle.
Well, I mean, he was sleeping.
You would have to make the observation that someone snuck up on him and he was sleeping, or that he was willing to accept this vampire bite.
Willing to accept it. I am going with the sleeping option.
Okay.
Jan will obviously go with the whole he accepted it on purpose for some insane shenanigans.
Yes, you got that right. Also, the next step for me is because the only other person that I've seen or that I know has received a vampire bite had some lingering aura of the bite. So I flipped the switch on my divine sense to see if anything is lingering about Falkon von Habsburg as well. If he's been...
No,
because as far as I remember...
what you notice is that he seems to be fatigued. He seems to be fatigued, but for someone of his size and everything, you from your knowledge, he would have to have more than 1 vampire bite for him to be this fatigued, or they must have been really draining his blood significantly for him to be this fatigued. So you're concerned that is this the 2nd or 3rd bite that he's received and maybe not told you about it? Or is there something else perhaps wrong with him? But you don't think his fatigue was just from 1 particular bite. And you don't sense there's any kind of aura about this bite like you did with Ireena.
Okay, that's curious. Yeah. Especially if I have reason.
Start believing you're insane shenanigans.
Yes.
Yeah. but I know better than to talk about this in his presence. So I thank him. Thank you for being such a willing object of study. It's appreciated. I hope you
Compliant.
recover. Yeah.
Thank you
Uh,
for getting me to safety. Did were you able to get the vampire? Were you able to hunt him down and kill him?
Unfortunately, we tracked the vampire spawn until outside of the town walls, until we ran into even more vampires led by
Rahan.
what's his face, Rahan, exactly.
That's
And as
most
much as I hate retreat, it was the only way to
Was-
keep fighting, I guess, was to run away.
Were your friends able to find the vampire hunter and learn anything from him?
I do not know because we split up.
Yeah, we've been split up for a while, so we're not sure.
He nods his head and he
When did this fight happen during the night that we woke you up?
Are you asking him or you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking him. The vampire, the bite here, it's from the night.
Yes, I woke up and there was this. I woke up and I felt as if I was in a dream. I didn't feel anything, and I woke up and there was this creature laying on top of me. At the beginning I couldn't defend myself. I wasn't even strong enough. I was kind of in a trance. I had to fight it and eventually push it off of us. If it was for you to arriving, I fear I would have succumbed to its evil ways.
I see. That is quite terrifying, waking up in a paralysis and having this creature drink your blood. My condolences. I'm sorry you didn't get there sooner.
Thank you.
Pyram, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Tokens glowing with different colors, is that part of a new thing, or?
No, that was us playing.
You're fucking with your character. Okay, you're
Oh
no
wait,
longer-
hold on. Is
you're
that
no
the
longer
new?
Yeah.
Is that the new target?
No one is glowing. We are just
No,
were
I was
playing
just-
last time.
We were just playing with you.
Yeah.
Oh, because Herjann is also glowing. Like
Yeah.
Herjann is also
It's
glow.
What are you
fine.
talking about? That's just his natural glow. He's always
He's pregnant, that's why he's glowing.
Oh, damn.
Okay, there you go. They're all non-glowing
See-
now.
secret revealed.
Okay, Erzan, you gonna jump out that window?
I would like to use rope.
Okay,
Bitch.
you can use your rope.
Yeah, fine. We hold the rope on the other side.
I would like to descend as quickly, but as safely as possible. The fine.
Okay, and I'm gonna put you
Descent.
down onto the ground floor. Hold on, let me just do that for you.
Yeah, as soon as I note that he's down below, I kind of let go of the rope to see if he's pulling it down with him or if he's leaving it to us to take the rope.
So he is on the ground floor
Yeah.
now. So he's on the ground floor. And what are you guys going to do at this juncture? Oh, sorry.
Erzan, what are you doing? First of all, Erzan, what are you doing with the rope? Are you dragging it down to take it with you, or are you leaving it to us?
I think either ways, it's the same thing. We need to take this rope away so I think after descending, I'd just pull it after me.
Okay, if he pulls it after him, then obviously, the rope would just slip from my hand and fall down.
Well, I can't hear you. Sorry.
You have the rope.
Yeah, you have the rope, basically.
Yeah, I have. I've always had the rope.
I know, but it was a question if you leave it behind or not, for us to take.
It doesn't really. Yeah, it's not really that much of a difference. Everyone has rope in 5e.
Yeah. Okay. With
Alright,
that done,
so-
I close the window back up,
Okay.
And I say to Jan, well, I think it's time we head back.
Agreed, we should rejoin the others. We've been separated for too long.
Okay.
And with that, we head back to the festival. If the guard is outside, we tell him that to thank him. Like, if the guard is still outside, I thank him for the for guarding, for helping us guard one half work, and that we're heading back to the festival now.
Okay, so yes, the guard's outside. He nods to you as you leave, and obviously you can tell from the way he's nodding to you, he has obviously great reverence and respect for you, not only because you're the Order of the Dragon, but because both of you are the special guests of the Baron. So he sure doesn't want to have any bad words go back to the Baron on from your behalf. So I'm gonna put you guys back in the town square, and then I'm going to just deal briefly here with Erzan in a separate channel, decide
A
what
rogue.
he wants to do. So I'm gonna just put you over here and Herjann over here in the town square. I'm just gonna there you guys go. Okay. And I'm just going to, for a second, grab Robin down into Erzan down to another channel, okay?
Sure. Okay, guys.
All right. It's you and me, buddy.
I want to go to the toy maker.
Okay, you are going to go to the toy maker, so let me bring that up for you.
Please do. I've got 2 words to speak with that guy.
All right.
I mean, if you're making 1,000 toys of the same girl, you're definitely a compliance of some sort.
Okay, and let me just drag you into the scene here.
Accomplice of
Okay.
obsessiveness, I think.
Let's see this is done right.
What was his name?
Blinsky.
Blinsky.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and activate for you. It's going to pull everybody over there really quick, but I didn't mean to. But they're going to have to jump back if they want to. Okay. And I'm going to toggle off the Burgermeister's place. All right, you're there. Can you see yourself?
Yep, I can.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if... do I have any vision? I can't see anything. Oh yeah, I don't have bright vision, that's fine.
You don't...
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You should be fine. Okay.
Okay.
You can see that there's some doors down... Those are windows. You're looking through the windows and you can see... Yep.
Yeah, I want to look through the windows.
And you see
People are
there's
inside,
a kind of a heavy-set gentleman in there. He's working on a table with some toys, and there's a monkey kind of jumping around on the table, too.
I see. Monkey's a little too big. How big is the monkey?
It's like a little tiny
Oh,
tree
okay.
monkey. Let me
Cool. So it's not that much of a...
let me try to see
An
if I
obstacle.
can. Yeah, it's let me make his icon smaller. There you go. Oh, that's maybe too small.
It's a
Let me-
small monkey.
Small monkey. I'm gonna make his token smaller. There you go.
Here we go. I would like to open the door and go in and close the door behind me.
No problem.
I'm going to approach silently. Does he say anything as I approach?
He looks up and smiles. Oh, hello! Welcome to Brzezinski's toy shop. What can I do for you?
Well, not much. I just want you to tell me everything that you know about this. And I would like to place the Ireena doll in front of it.
He kind of looks back a little bit, stands back from you. That's a... Well, that's a specially made toy. I have another one that's similar to that. And he pulls out one that looks very similar, has a different face, though, to it. I make my toys, special toys for all kinds of people all the time.
Well, you've made 100 of those, each with its own dress.
Yeah, I guess.
Remember?
Some of the guests, they obviously ask for some some special things, and
Well, one of those customers asked for 100.
Well, I
Remember that customer?
I can't say that. Maybe some of the.
I would like to unsheath my rapier. I would like to say, maybe this can help you remember?
I don't. Whoa there! I only make toys. Of course, I'm not.
I know you make toys. I'm not gonna hurt you, fat man. I just want information. Why is Izerk ordering these many toys from you, all of the same person?
I don't know. He is the master of the town guard, and well, he asks me to make this particular toy, and over and over again, and he pays me well for it, and I obviously don't want any problems.
I know that you don't, and you also want to keep your head above your shoulders. So, tell me what you know about Izerk's obsession.
I don't know anything about his obsession other than these toys. He tells me specifically this is what he wants, and beyond that, I don't know too much.
Do you have any of his special toys in store here?
He looks around. You can tell he's very uncomfortable. And the monkey is kind of looking at you. And seemingly it's perturbed that you've pulled out this weapon.
I would like to sheath it back. Like I just slightly shown the weapon. I didn't unsheath it fully, but I would like to put it back and put it down as a cane again. And I want to say, okay, so listen, Blinsky, right?
Yes, sir. Now I'll tell you, Izerk doesn't pay for the dolls. He's threatened to burn down my shop unless I make a new doll for him every month. I have his new one right here. And he shows you, it has a different dress on, but the face looks exactly the same. I don't know what this doll is meant to be. I just know.
Listen, Blinsky, Mr. Blinsky, listen. I will protect you from Izerk. And I promise you that as long as you cooperate, he is never going to burn your shop down or touch even a single hair of either you or your little friend over there. But as long as you cooperate, I'm going to keep that promise.
All I know is that he makes me make him one of these dolls every month, and he comes by every month to get one. He threatens to burn it down, and he doesn't pay. I don't know why he wants this particular doll.
Well, I might know. Anyways, I want you to tell me about Izerk then. Do you know anything about him in particular? Maybe something that others don't usually know about him?
Well, yes. He has a defect that he hides. His arm, I don't know what has actually happened to it, but I know his one arm hand is deformed, and
right or left arm?
It's his right arm.
So is it the entire arm or just the hand?
I think it's below his elbow. I don't know how far it goes up. I've only seen it once, but I've seen his hand actually glowing with fire. And I guess he might have some kind of fire or power. He showed me his hand when he threatened to burn down the Blinsky toy shop, and his hand actually was on fire when he showed it to me.
Erzan would like to extend his arm forwards as a signature of wanting to shake the toy maker's hand.
Okay.
Let's make a deal.
Okay.
You are going to help me take down this son of a bitch. And in return, I'm going to make sure that your shop and everything along with it, your toys, your little friend over there, and everything that you hold dear, remains safe. How about that?
I don't want to get the Baron will be upset if I'm involved in anything to hurt this Izerk.
Gave you a promise, didn't?
Well, I don't want to upset you, but I mean the Baron will surely burn down my place if I'm involved with anything that happens with Izerk.
Well, the Baron knows nothing about Izerk, but I'm sure that if the Baron knew about the amount of shit that Izerk is dwelling about, I don't think he'd appreciate Izerk as much as he does right.
I'll agree. I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble.
I understand. I don't want you to go into the public and talk about this. I just want your help. You can stay from the shadows. You don't need to be known.
I understand. I just don't want any trouble.
I want this toy, but the new one that Izerk has not gotten.
Okay, I'll give it to you, and so he gives you the toy. I'll tell Izerk that I just didn't have the materials to make the new one yet for him when he comes.
Don't worry, he's not going to come again. As a matter of fact, he's not going to ask for toys again.
Okay. So, all right. So he's pretty obviously he's pretty succumbed to you. Are you going to head to the? I don't know if you want to head to the town square.
I would like to attain a custom. Like I would like to cover up. To go secretly. What's the word for it?
Disguise?
Disguise, yeah.
Well, most of the... I mean, I don't know. Blinsky doesn't have anything to disguise you with.
But the tailor does.
You could go to the tailor shop, yes.
Yes, I would like to do that quickly. I would like to head to the tailor shop and have a quick chat with him.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he returned. I mean, it's night now.
Okay, so I'm going to go up and talk to... we're going to assume that, yeah, it's late evening. You're going to go to the tailor shop, and you want to... What specifically are you looking for?
Something that covers me up well and makes me hard to discern.
Okay, so kind of a cloak, hooded type cloak, something that's ambiguous. That...
I mean, I've got one of those, but I'm like, I've already got a cloak from the manor way back. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that's enough to keep me hidden. I don't know. Maybe a mask or... You wanna
kind of blend in a little bit.
Very good. More. Yeah, I want to blend in very good.
So let me and after that, what do you want to do? Go to the town square?
Go to the town square and meet up with the rest.
Okay, so I'm going to take you to the town square, but I'm going to let you know that if you're around any guards, they're looking for you. So you're going to have to. They're going to be rolling perception.
Yeah, and I'll be rolling. What exactly? Stealth or deception?
You're going to roll stealth initially when you get to the town square, and if you success in your stealth, then their DC check is going to be very high on their perception. If you fail your stealth, their DC check will be significantly lower.
And if I talk to any of the guards, I'm obviously going to roll deception because I'm going to be... Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
All right, let's... do I head to the tailor or do we just skip that?
I'm going to skip that and take you right to the town square.
Great. So I've already got my stuff. I'm well hidden.
Yep.
Did it cost me anything?
We'll say he had already something made from before, and it cost you like 2 gold.
Great. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna drag you.
We haven't really been getting any money.
What's that?
We haven't really been getting any money per se. Like
you guys got to get some money then. Well, you got 60 gold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drag you back up.
Yeah, drag me back up.
Closed off dude in that regard, so I might have to make him a bit more loose-tongued. Just so you got stuff.
You can't talk to him yet.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't talk yet, but I've got stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you've got to
I need a stealth check first.
Yes, sir. Hopefully it's not bad. Well,
Just
fuck.
close your eyes and roll it.
Okay, I'll do that. Hey!
Okay.
Hey.
You're in stealth.
Stealth
all-
mode activated.
Now is
I'm
everybody
also in disguise.
is everybody where they want to be on the map in town?
Well,
double check.
I was
Oleg
gonna
is-
go. You go ahead.
Oleg's currently gone, and he's still standing there with his halfling in hand. So I'm assuming that's not where he wants to be. I
Yeah,
assume he wants to be with the rest of the group.
Okay, so I'll bring him over there.
I was gonna go from hang out with Friedrich Jonovich and your stool, and then move over to this area. Gonna have a couple of words with these guys.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just do a little bit of role playing with Ileanys, and then we'll jump around a little bit here. So actually, Friedrich has left, so Friedrich is not there right now. Okay?
Aw, ask him about my suit.
Okay. Oh, yeah, he mentioned that he is. Your suit is prepared if you want to swing by the tailor shop. In fact, he had to go back to the tailor shop, so he's not there.
Okay.
You can grab it if.
Yeah, Erzan actually passed by him, so we can just say that he told Erzan that.
Okay.
Oh,
So Ileanys, you just took off. I thought you don't want to talk to Hornstool or Jonovich, or?
Well, I would have talked to them earlier.
Okay.
That's all I want to ask Friedrich for now.
Okay.
Actually, let me ask Jonovich. What other Jonovich did you find any more information on what we're dealing with here?
Oh,
You know,
no, I didn't. But did you enjoy the book, The Myth of Kazan? I did believe it had something about the Amber Temple that you were looking for. Is that not correct?
oh yes, it was actually very helpful. It might help us point to the right direction where we're trying to go.
Good.
Please, if you
and you
ever
did,
find
you did get
anything,
the Monster Hunter's Handbook to Falkon von Habsburg.
we actually we haven't given it to him yet. It seems he's unwell, so we'll give it to him as soon as he's better. But yes,
I'm sorry to hear that. Well,
but it seems he's
paid
on the way to. Oh yes, of course he will receive the Monster Hunter's Handbook. Yes, and if you ever find out anything more about say Argenvost or anything that's happening in the area, we would love to know it. We'll probably be leaving town soon, maybe tomorrow or the next day. But when we come back to town, maybe you will have a couple of new books for us.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Of course, and Hornstool.
Yes.
He just says Hornstool as he passes by.
Yeah.
And
like madam or sir, and leaves.
Yeah, no, he was having friendly banter with the three of them earlier, during the actual festival, but now.
Do I see Ileanys as he's leaving?
Yes, you see Ileanys walking across the town square.
Can I catch him in his tracks? Or
Yeah, you can catch up to Ileanys.
I would like to stop him before he leaves too far away.
Okay. So,
Um,
Ileanys, you see this gentleman, you don't recognize him at first, kind of approaching you.
I would like to grab him by his forearm.
Okay, you do. You're kind of startled for a second, and as you turn, you recognize right away that this person is it's Erzan. He's not wearing his normal garb. He's got a cloak and kind of a hood. It's kind of misty and rainy out, and he just looks like another town local. And you're just kind of shocked. Erzan.
No, I would say excuse me. He's not disguised, right? He just has his hood up.
Yes, he's not disguised. He's just well. He's blended into the crowd wearing some local clothes and garb.
I just give him an eye and then see where he's leading me. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so since we're close to Herjann and Fiannos as well, I would like to, just give them, notify them that I exist here now.
I nods at you
I'm at a loss of words. I don't know why.
very approvingly.
Very approvingly. No.
Okay, so I had to take a little bit of a detour. No, I'm talking to Herjann. But
Are talking next to Westerly?
no, hold on. I'm just gonna tell Herjann I had to take a little bit of a detour. Where's the rest?
I gesture vaguely around the plaza, spread out everywhere. I'd be lying if I said I kept track myself.
Find the rest. Get them and let's move away from crowd. I'm assuming that in 5 minutes we just scatter about and find the rest, and I would like all of us to meet around this area to the right.
Where? Okay. So, this spot.
I don't want to select myself. I'm gonna attack myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Or did you want to grab Ireena and
No,
Ismark as well, or just the
just
party?
us.
Okay.
Kai?
Kai, you there?
Sorry. I'll just go back.
Fiannos.
I'll just bring Fiannos over.
Yeah. I think
Where did he go actually? What
I
happened
think
to him?
he's trying to fix his what's it called?
Computer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways,
Yes. What's you seem to be hiding from something. The mayor, the burgomaster's been looking for you. It seems you get yourself in trouble.
Did you attack
an understatement.
in Sylvan, I would say, did you attack? Sorry, in Elvish, I would say, did you attack someone?
Yes. No,
Right.
not really. I mean, they're not dead yet.
Okay, I'll face by myself.
That's not the problem. The problem is, we need to capture Izerk.
Why?
Yeah.
He's not just the head of the town guard. This guy's dwelling in magic. He's obsessed with Ireena. And I talked with the toy maker, the one who makes these, and I would show those to Herjann at first, and Fiannos, since they've seen those before with me at the at the Baron's mansion, and then I would like to show it to the rest of the party. Those toys are just 2 out of more than 100. Those are all stashed away in Izerk's place. Take a closer look at them. Who do they remind you of?
So yes, Jan and Fiannos told us about the Ireena dolls.
Yes,
Hmm.
lots and lots of. I went and talked to the toy man. His name is Blinsky, and he's a really cowardly bunch for someone his size, but that's not the point. The point is, he was threatened that he's gonna get his entire shop burned down if he didn't make these toys, and he was not being compensated. He was just kept alive in return of making those toys. Hold on a sec, someone's whistling. Yeah, fuck that. Anyway.
Okay. And Byron, is anyone trying to listen in on us?
No one's listening to you guys. You're just standing over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I already
moved
rolled for the town
deliberately.
guard.
Yes, that's what I'm making sure. Like, are they listening? And if so, I will tell them. But if
Their
not,
DC is 18, so I don't think they succeeded.
yeah.
Well,
Anyways, not to mention, he's not going to just burn the toy maker's shop. The toy maker told me something very unique about Izerk. He said that he saw his arm once, his right arm, And guess what? It's all burned, shriveled up. It's bursting in flames. It's magical. He has got magic on his side. He's using magic, fire magic.
So he has monster arms.
Well, arm, according to the toy maker, it's just one of the arms that's burnt up like this, and he keeps it well hidden under his cloak.
So he's a pyromancer.
Would we have what was Izek's disposition whenever we saw him? Was he hiding his arm?
No, he has these rather large kind of gauntlets and gloves, and he has a. You didn't notice his hand. He has its two huge gauntlets and some gloves, so you didn't notice anything.
We've always seen him with two visible gauntleted arms, right?
That's correct. Gloves and gauntlets.
I'm actually more worried now because
Much of a danger.
No.
I mean,
you don't understand. Okay, so I will lean in and tell Herjann, Fiannos, and Erzan that the Rictavio's caravan is burned,
well,
and the eastern gate is left unattended.
Wait, hold on.
Someone was there.
Who burned Rictavio's caravan?
I don't know. It seems like there's a body that was dragged from the caravan. I don't know if it's Rictavio's body or
I hope it's not.
Somebody out of the wagon. There was no blood there, but it seemed like it was leading towards the eastern gate. And when we checked, there's no one there. The gate seemed to be open, but we couldn't.
Maybe a diversion.
I hope, yes, and I think to leave no evidence, and I hope it's not Izerk, because I think he has the power to do that.
I don't think it is. Like he was with Van Habsburg the whole time, and I think Erzan was following him.
Was he there the whole time?
I followed him, but I kept a safe distance away from him. Maybe I don't know. I don't know the capabilities of Izerk. Maybe he can
be just in two places at once.
Explosion. No,
Well,
maybe he can create explosions at a distance. Who knows?
practical question.
Away, like a kilometer away.
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Now we can, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
cool.
if you were talking before.
We were
Practical
not too far
question.
away.
Yes.
Does it? I agree. Izek seems to be a dangerous man and not necessarily good for this town. But right now, my priority is to get Ireena to safety.
Yes.
I don't
I
really
agree.
care to get to know Izek any better than we already do. I just want to get out of here.
Exactly.
It sounded like you wanted to confront him. That's why I'm asking.
That's no. Yeah. Exactly. No. We need to have Ireena's safety as our current top priority, and what better way than killing Izerk, her number one fan, apparently.
Why do we need to? That just jeopardizes our stay in the city. Why don't we just leave? We don't need to kill him.
Yeah.
And
Take care.
taking
Let's-
care of him.
No.
What's your obsession with killing Izek? Like what has
Well,
he
I'll
done
tell you
to
two things.
No,
One,
he's
I don't really like the
very
guy.
kind to you.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's no reason to kill somebody just because you don't like.
Erzan,
It's reason enough for me.
I would agree with Herjann for this time because we have a mission and doing ruckus right now, and our current situation isn't good. So
Well, I'm fairly certain that we're going to face Izerk sooner or later. I needed you guys to know these things about him. I don't think he's going to leave the city that easily.
If you want, you can take Ireena with you. If you want, you can sneak Ireena out of the city before we go.
Those hunters and trackers are here. We could ask them to help us to get to Khyraezul now. We could
Yeah,
we could be gone today.
Or we can just
I-
fit pairs and just leave
Yeah,
together.
we're leaving today as straight after the festival regardless. But it's a question of
I'm really
actually,
not worried about yeah.
we can say to the Baron that we spotted another vampire heading west. After the Eastern Gate, like we spotted another vampire heading west, and with all of the conundrums going on, he might let us go even before the festival is done, since we need to try to track it quickly. How does that sound?
That's a pretty smart idea. He might we might I don't know, he might not let Ireena out of the city yet before the festival's over. We'll just have to come up with a compelling reason why she should come with us.
The Baron was asking where you two went, by the way, so that could be a good cover story as well.
Yeah, true. Good thought.
But
we know that we went to the. The guards know that we went to the Bargermeister house, so we're not going to lie about that part. But we can say that we noticed that a vampire on our way back.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a little fuck up with the plan. Where do I go?
Just get out of the city. How you got out before? Just get out of the city, and we'll beat you at the Vistani camp.
Unless you want,
or we can meet you straight outside the city. You can wait for us outside of the Western Gate.
I have an idea. Do I take Ireena and her brother with me?
Yeah, that's the idea. You take them with you, and the rest of us head out under the pretense of chasing the vampire.
What did you do anyways, Erzan? It seemed that you were in some kind of trouble, but I think it'd be better if you can put your name, no?
Long story short, I did Izerk, and I don't think doing Izerk has any possibility of coming back clean.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
You punched Izerk?
No, I punched someone in his presence, so it's the same thing.
So that's the person that you assaulted. Okay.
It would have been a lot better if I were to punch Izerk himself, but I guess I'm not that lucky tonight. Anyways, I'm going to.
It's not like you killed the man. I think it's something that we can easily clear up with the mayor. If anything, we can just
let's not get him involved. I don't trust the legal system here.
We don't need to be bogged down in this at all.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Izerk is even going to let it slide easily.
Nope.
We can deal with that when we get back and it becomes relevant. It's really nothing to concern us right now, I don't think.
Yep.
Now the question is, what do we do with the little girl if we're chasing after a vampire? Like, it would be hard to get.
She should go with Erzan and Ireena.
Yeah.
The more people, the more difficult it's going to be to sneak out without getting noticed.
It's true though.
I can take care of him. I can take care of him. I think Ismark can take care of himself pretty well. So it's just Ireena and the little girl.
Ireena can take care of herself as well.
Probably more so than Ismark.
Yeah.
Well,
So do you want Erzan to go by himself, or is anybody going to join Erzan with Ireena and the little girl?
Oh, that's a good point.
It'd be safer, much safer.
Send a caster.
Who's got a good reason to be?
How about Kai? Kai, you can just transform into an animal and just follow them around, right?
Yeah, that is a good idea.
You can become a little spider and hide with him.
I think
I was about to say, like, the more numbers with him, the more likely you're going to get caught. But yeah, that makes sense.
That's
you're perfect for this. You should go with them.
Kai and I are good hunting buddies. We've been together for a while.
Anyways.
Well, if that's decided, I am going to.
The question is,
Kai, come with
Ismark?
me.
Do I take Ismark, or does he leave with you guys?
Ismark and Ireena are coming with you. We're not going to be able to justify keeping them out of the city if we're leaving to chase after a vampire.
So I'm taking Ismark, Ireena, and The little girl.
and the little girl, you and Kai.
Well, that's not
Okay,
that much of a big deal.
Erzan, stay here. Kai,
Yeah, you're gonna have to
come-
snatch her away.
Kai, come with Irvin, and Irvin will take the. Actually, I'll come with you guys as well. Let's take the others here and then tell them to go with you. Okay.
Okay.
So
And then
where are you guys going?
We have to. Which guys?
Well, it looks like
Erzan, etc.
Erzan and Kai are going together. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to drag Ireena, Ismark, and the little girl out of there in the first place. So I
Yes.
come up to them with Kai and whoever else,
Okay.
and I say, Ireena, Ismark, could you come with me for a second?
Sure. You see that Ireena is in a very personal discussion with Vasily. They're having kind of a intimate discussion.
Yes, right next to her brother. That's very nice.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
I mean,
Intimate can also mean different
Yeah, just
things.
a very personal discussion.
Hey.
Vasily and
First of all, he said personal, not even intimate, just personal.
yeah,
yes, first.
personal.
Okay, and I lead them over to the side where we were talking to Erzan.
And take the girl with you.
A little girl too.
Yeah, I take the little girl by the hand and I say, like, come on.
Okay.
Is the little girl well dressed now, and less looking of a Vastana?
She still looks like a Vistani. Little
Well, we
girl.
gotta get that figured out.
Does someone have discussive?
What's
I mean,
what's-
my clothes are pretty small. I can probably give her some of my clothes and they would fit if be a bit too big. Do I have like a cloak or something or anything along those lines? Let me
I
see.
mean, as soon as we get out of sight, I can just wrap her around with my cloak.
Yeah, I have common clothes. I'm not sure if I'm wearing those currently though or
Nope.
not. And,
I mean, if you're wearing armor, then probably not.
Ooh, I have vestments.
That
Oop.
also works.
Yeah,
Wait,
I put a vestment over her and I'm like, here.
I think that's a guard, thanks, Rosalind.
Now she's a priest. That's nice. A mini priest. A mini priestess.
I hush them all in and I say quietly, Ireena, Ismark, we decided that it's best if you leave the city now with Kai. I'm not sure if they can see. I'm guessing they can see Erzan from that close.
He's going to he's going to reveal his face.
They,
For that.
they both look kind of surprised, and she says, I need to speak with Vasily.
Now is not the right. We need to move.
Vasily is clearly watching you guys now over here.
He's going to cloak himself again as soon as he approaches closer.
Okay.
If you want to finish your conversation with Vasily, but you need to get out of the city very, very soon.
But why do
It seems like
why do we have to leave so soon? I mean, I understand your
I
friend's in
look
trouble.
I look onto Erzan. Should we tell her?
I've already moved a little bit away from you guys.
Okay. Basically, Ismark seems to have some sort of weird obsession with you,
Ismark, my
and
brother.
I feel like it's best. No, sorry, not Ismark. Fucking what's his name? The main
Izerk.
guard.
It's like
Izek. Apologies, I misspoke. Izek has a weird fascination with you. He has hundreds of small dolls in his room in your image, and I think it's best you get out of here stealthily before he can notice.
You notice in this conversation that Ismark is kind of pumping up his chest a little bit. How dare him? I should confront him.
Ismark, no, we're not confronting him now. If we confront him, we'll get caught up with the town guard and all of the rest of that. We just need to get out of here now.
Burgermeister of the village of Barovia. How dare him? It's my sister.
No, Ismark.
I understand
Ismark.
your frustration and anger, but it is misplaced right now. It is
Yes.
completely irrelevant why he does this.
And
All
how
I
is
care
it-
about
how
is
am
your
I going to
sister's
look-
safety, not your honor.
How's it going to look if I run away during the middle of the festival in this dishonor to my sister?
I lock eyes with him and say very sternly, "Are you really more concerned with appearances than your sister's safety? Because if so, tell me now, and I'll know how to handle you from now on."
He doesn't know how to. I mean, he's obviously knows that you guys could kick his butt, but he's obviously dealing with this, his manhood.
I mean,
And you're kind of intimidating. You're intimidating him in front of his sister.
We understand, but like, okay, so we understand your.
I can help him get rid of his manhood if he wants.
You say,
Fuck yourself.
Harsh there.
Go fuck yourself. Okay, so yes,
Now,
that's right.
Vasily approaches. He's overhearing. You can obviously see that Ismark is agitated, and obviously Ireena. You've said something. You've got them fairly agitated.
Mhm.
Ireena, if you want, feel free to share this information with Vasily. I tell her before he approaches closest.
Excuse me. What's going on?
I look at Ireena.
She's
respond?
too embarrassed to say anything. Ismark seems very frustrated, but he's been intimidated by Herjann, so he's kind of looking at Herjann that he's wants to keep himself in check.
I look at Jan and I kind of sigh and I approach Vasily and take him close and kind of lean him in so that I can whisper.
What is it,
It
my young man?
Seems like Izerk has an unfortunate and creepy fascination with Ireena, so we deemed it best that she get out of the city quickly.
Of course he does. That's pretty well known. He swings by Blinsky's toys and has little dolls made of her. He's been in love with her ever since she came to Vallaki as a young girl.
Yeah, and I feel like because of that and the recent goings on in the town, it's best if they get out of here quickly and quietly, rather than waiting until the end of the festival.
Well, I can certainly help Ireena and get out of town in the most quiet fashion, and Izerk, and including the Baron, will not cause me any issues. I'm free to go as I please here. Ireena?
So,
she smiles. He puts his arm around Ireena. Obviously, you can tell there's some
friendship.
Yeah, there's some friendship that goes a little bit beyond friendship.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Where shall we meet you?
Well, I can take Ireena and Izerk back to my place. I just live up the road there, and we can leave from there.
Are you going to leave through the western gate? And when
Yes.
exactly are you going to leave?
We're going to leave we would leave through the western gate, certainly not the eastern gate. Where do you plan on taking Ireena?
The eastern gate?
Kresik.
Why would you take her to Kresik?
It's the safest place.
Kresik, the safest place? I don't know where you got that information from.
There's a bit of eye
Unless-
rolling going on in Herjann's face.
I kind of step back a little bit and I'm like, well, unless Ireena has a better idea of where she should stay. It doesn't seem like Vallaki is very safe.
Yeah, Vallaki certainly isn't safe with the political machinations between Lady Fiona Wachter and the crazy Baron over there and his silly festivals. I feel that it's only a matter of time before Lady Wachter takes over the town, and we should see a little bit more, how should we say, security here than Izerk and his henchmen guards.
Exactly, and until all of that rolls over, and until everything else is sorted, I believe it's safest of choosing Khyraezul. After that, after all of that is sorted, then that's fine. But until all of that is sorted, I believe it's safer there.
Mhm.
Well, unfortunately, there's no security there in Khyraezul. No real town guard, if you will. I would venture to guess if I was looking for security, the last place I would be going is to Khyraezul, that's for sure. But if
Where do you think would be safer?
Well,
Vallaki isn't safe. Barovia isn't safe. Where is?
I would certainly, she can more than welcome to stay with me, and I'm good friends with the father here, and make sure that she's well protected.
Did Vasily feel me when I circled around him and come from his back, from his behind?
You're circling around Vasily to behind him
from this area to here to behind him.
Yeah, I mean, he sees you going behind him.
Does he notice him?
Does he notice it's me? Erzan.
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. I thought you were trying to attack him or something like that.
Oh, no. Why would I?
Oh, I don't know. No. He's engaged in conversation right now with in conversation, and there's a lot of people walking back and forth through the town square, so he's not
Maybe pay attention to me that much.
Well, anyway, we don't have much time, Vasily. Like, right now, we think it's safer for her in Khyraezul. After we get her there, if we decide that it's still safer in Vallaki, we could always return back. It's not a problem, but right now, it's best if we leave, at least for now.
Well, let me tell you why Khyraezul is safer. Because there is no town guard. That means
are you telling that to Vasily?
Are you talking?
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna talk all of a sudden behind Vasily. Okay. Let me tell you why Khyraezul is safer. You said it yourself, no town guard, which means that if there's something wrong, we can fix it ourselves without needing to involve ourselves with really annoying politics, don't you think?
Now, Vasily, when you start talking, he raises his eyebrow and look at you, and he says, "Young man, I dare say, I think you giving any advice in this current situation is probably best suited to silence, if you know what I mean."
But
I agree. I agree with Vasily here. I believe that Erzan. I think
aren't you the one that's attacked the town guard, has been hunted down by Izerk and and the entire town here? I would think that, rather than creating a commotion and being an agitator, is rather being a facilitator.
Facilitator, you say?
Well, I don't have the town guard after me.
Would you like them to have?
I interrupt between them, and I say, Erzan, I think it's best if you get going. We will sort this out from here. We shall meet you soon. And I look very sternly at him.
Look, I agree that Izerk is certainly a problem. So is the Baron, and I think that if we support Lady Wachter, we could get rid of Izerk. Would definitely weaken the Baron, and he would most likely step down, and Lady Wachter would rule the town, and this town would be exceedingly safe. And I would certainly support that cause and effort.
That's
okay, Vasily. Let me. Yeah. Well, we have absolutely no interest in town politics here.
Of course
and
not.
Ireena is safest with us, and we're going to Khyraezul. It's as simple as that. I appreciate that I appreciate your offer to keep her safe, but I don't think there's any argument that all of us together can keep her safer than you by yourself can.
I don't doubt that. You are all admirable fighting men, a paladin and a cleric. Clearly you are well versed in combat and what have you. I simply have a safe manor here. I've never had any break-ins or any trouble here, and I merely offer my home as a safe place.
Well, I have one.
Appreciate it, but I assume
after the politics in the town.
Well, why not Ismark and Ireena, they've been to my home before, come to my home and stay there, and then we can venture out of the town at daybreak before there's any trouble here. It'll be quite difficult if we do it at night, especially with the town guard now on high alert looking for your friend here, Erzan.
Find him.
Yes. Well, that sounds good to me. We shall leave Kai and Ileanys with you.
And he waves to Erzan, and he asks Erzan to step forward to him. He wants to whisper something to you.
Well, Erzan's already close enough. He's going to lean in.
He says, "There's a gate to the south. There's a little path to the gate to the south. If you go there, there's a guard there who's usually drunk this time of night. He doesn't lock the gate, and I'm able to sneak in and out of there frequently when need to. I suggest if it's only you, or maybe one other person, it's a place that you can enter and exit the city without being noticed, but just keep that between you and I." And he winks at you.
There's a little... okay. Thank you. Okay, just reminder, hold on. The little girl's camp of
With you.
Vastanis, where was it?
If you go to the Vallaki map, if everybody goes to the Vallaki map really quickly,
There's
I'll mark the gate here. You can see the gate that he's talking about to the south there. There's a little path to the gate. That's where the drunk guard is that you can get through. And way in the lower left-hand corner is the Vistani camp. If you click on the journal entries, it should be highlighted on the journal entries too.
Yes, there's Crystal Camp here.
Okay, so it's the same as getting out of the west gate.
Yeah, the west gate will be highly guarded and
Yeah, it's the
watched.
same as going out of the west gate. It's the same distance.
Yes, it would be the same distance. Right.
So, to recap, what's happening right now is that Vasily is taking Ireena and Ismark, as well with Kai and Ileanys with him,
Okay.
and Erzan and he's taking the little girl out, whilst me, Jan, and Irvin stay here.
I would like to talk. I would like to talk to Herjann and Ileana and Fiannos alone for a sec.
Yeah, sure. You come over here.
Okay, so Vasily and Ismark and Ireena and the little girl as well?
Oh, no. The little girl is staying with us for now.
Okay. So he's taking them to his place. And I'm
Kai, you should come with them, and maybe Ileanys. Where's Ileanys in all of this? Is he with us?
Yeah, he's there. I don't
He
know.
seems to have strolled off.
He's
He's strolled
knocked
off.
up.
He's talking to the Martikov family, I guess.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, Kai, just Kai go with them. I think it should be okay.
Okay.
Sure thing.
So I'm gonna just take them off the map now.
Also go.
Who?
Yeah, Kai.
Okay.
You.
Me?
I mean, it's up to you. What
No,
you wanna
we
do.
need Irvin for in case the guard decides not to scream for his life.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna take Kai off the map. Okay.
Yeah, since Kai's going with them, yeah.
Okay. And you guys are gonna talk among yourselves.
Where's Fiannos? Oh, here he is.
Yeah, I went over to the side.
Okay. So
Okay. It's
Kai,
just us anyways now.
Hi, you're at a manor smaller in size, but similar in style to Falkon von Habsburg's manor. It's actually very close by to Falkon von Habsburg manor, and you guys are sitting in a nice sitting room together, and his staff has brought you out some food and stuff for this evening. He has some gear and for a backpack and stuff for you guys to load up with some food and everything for your trip. And he mentions to you, Kai, that Khyraezul is at least a 3 days journey from Vallaki.
So you have to make 3 days worth of rations.
Yeah, he's put a bag together for Ismark, Kai, and Ireena together with some rations. He's told his staff to, and he's making a nice meal there. But I'm gonna let you guys go do your scene there, and then I'll break separately with Kai.
Okay.
So we're here still in the town. Kai's left with the other group.
Erzan, what did you want to talk about?
So now I'm going to go with the girl alone to the south gate, which is, as Vasily has told us, unguarded at this time of an hour. So do
Well,
we
it's
trust
guarded.
him?
He's just drunk.
He's
Yeah,
drunk,
it's
so
not that
easier.
guarded.
So
Do
it's
we trust
easier.
him? From my perspective, what he's doing right now is that he's taking Ireena, his favorite person, and her brother to his house, which is safe and away from all of us, and then he's dividing us, telling me to go to the south gate and you guys to stay on standby.
I decided that. That wasn't his decision to make.
Well, he's giving the suggestion. It was not his decision, but it was his suggestion. Do we just trust that this guy is not setting us a trap and that I'm going to be ambushed at the south gate? I've got...
If you want, you can go through the eastern gate.
No, I'm...
It's a bit of a trek.
Well, I'm going to the south gate, but I've got a little bit... I've got a little bit of an idea. I think Ileanys can cast Message. I want him... Well, when you guys do find him, I don't know where he went off to, but tell him to talk to me through the spell in an hour. And if I respond, then everything's alright. If I do not, then I'm probably ambushed.
Out of character, message has 100 feet range. Out
Oh,
of
wait.
it?
Yeah.
Wait, really? Fuck.
Yes.
I thought it was big.
No, what you're trying to think about is sending, and it's a fifth level spell. It will
Well,
be
shit.
too much to fourth. Even still, it's too much to use in a situation like this.
No, I thought Message had no range on it. I just thought...
No.
Nope.
Oh, that's shitty. Well, we need a means of communication. We need a means of telling each other our current situation. So think with me.
We can get Ileanys to find you with his familiar. Since it can fly, he probably shouldn't have much trouble finding you.
Well, okay. The familiar can travel after me a little bit far by, but if I get ambushed, at least that way you're going to understand.
If you want, Ileanys can actually come with you, and then he can communicate with us using the familiar.
I would actually
argue
preferred
that,
if
yeah,
he
Ileanys would
went
stay here,
with Ireena eventually.
Yeah, I would say that me moving on my own would be a little easier, but at the same time, I don't want to be tricked, especially not by Vasily. So, yeah, the familiar would be a good idea. Please do inform him when he does return, and I'm going to take my leave now.
I'll ask him as soon as I can, so that the familiar can find you and the little girl,
Okay,
and
so
then follow you around.
just for my information, Byram, is there any ravens around?
There's a couple of ravens flying by, enough that you can certainly ask one of them. Yeah.
I will nudge
Okay, can do that.
Erzan. I will nudge Erzan and say, if you want, you can ask them if there is something waiting for you on the south gate. While you're
Good
heading.
point, yeah.
Well, on the gate, probably, but along the trip to the gate,
You can ask
unlikely.
them. Yes, you can still ask them. You know what?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just being fair. This better be safe than sorry. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. Just try.
Well, Erzan is going to crouch in front of the little girl, and he's going to give her a very bright, innocent smile. He's pretty good at those.
Okay.
And he's going to say, "Let's get you back to your parents, shall we?"
Yes. Thank you.
What's your name, little girl?
Arabelle.
Okay then, I'm gonna call you Belle. Let's go. Let's head to your parents. I bet they're waiting to see you.
Okay.
I'll take her and she'll tag along, and we'll move to the south gate.
Okay. So you guys are going to the south gate. Erzan, I'm going to delete you.
Yep, me and the little girl.
And I'm deleting the little girl from here. And they are at the...
Okay,
south
I
gate.
go back to Ileanys and I ask, Ileanys, can I talk to you for a second?
Yes. Give me a second. Yep.
First of all, can you get your familiar? Erzan just left for the south gate with the little girl. Can you get the familiar to go to them and inform us if anything happens? He is wary of an ambush.
Yeah, I can. I can send Silas over there. But I don't think. I mean, it's gonna take a while for him to get back to me. But yeah,
He can head straight there. No.
he can come. He can. He can just follow Erzan along. I can give him. He can
Yeah.
follow that.
No, that's the idea. Follow along, and if something happens to them, to come back straight to us and tell us.
I can tell him that. Where is he, anyways? Is he left?
They're heading to the south gate. They just left the square. They just literally left here right now, and they're going to the south gate.
Right. Silas is just gonna pop out of existence in front of me, in front of them, and he flies off to go find Erzan.
Second of all, I would like you to, a little bit later, whenever you're free, go to Vasily's house. I'm assuming we know where it is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what's happened to Vasily? And where's Ireena?
He's taking Ireena and Ismark out of the city since we're concerned about Izerk and his fascination with Ireena.
Coming with us to Khyraezul.
Yeah, they are. They're just leaving the house through Vasily's authority. I felt like it's safer that way, so I would like you to join them later if possible.
Well, is Vasily coming with us?
I don't think he is, but I think he has a investment in keeping Ireena safe, and I think it'll be easier to convince them to go as soon as possible if it is through him. So,
Well,
Do I need to say it, by the way?
that's good to hear.
I don't trust Vasily.
I know.
Oh,
Hey,
do you
trust
trust
what we
anybody?
If we
Hey,
went
We
together,
don't currently have a lot of choice.
Yeah, at least he is not the only one that doesn't trust Vasily.
Oh my god, guys. Okay.
We
Yes,
just can't
but
leave
here's
her
the
alone
thing,
with him.
Here's the thing: since Ireena seems to trust him, convincing her to not trust him would have been a bad move. We needed to.
That's the only reason why I didn't raise a stink earlier.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's the only reason why I didn't bite his ass earlier.
Yes, that is good to hear. It seems Vasily.
So, I want
Seems-
you to first of all check on them, and second of all stay with them, since you have both message and you're familiar to be able to communicate with us and talk to us in some way.
And where would you three be going?
We'll be staying here. I need Irvin for the spectacle later, and we need to stay here to stay on good terms with the Baron.
Yeah, after your little spectacle, I guess. Putting on your own show. Well, good luck with that. I do have some matters that I was talking with the Morticos,
to
but
finish your conversation and your other things here, I just wanted to check up on them later and stick with them, for some
What?
extra protection.
when will we be leaving? When did we...
They said that they're going to be leaving tomorrow morning, so we shall try to meet up with them early in the morning, either at Vasily's gate or at Vasily's place, or we leave before them and wait for them outside of the city, depending on how things shake out. But we're planning to meet up with you guys outside of the city or at the Vistani camp, one of the two, since the Vistani camp is where Erzan is headed with the little girl.
So it's gonna be staying there until we meet up with them.
Hopefully so. I didn't
Yeah.
exactly make that clear, but hopefully he understands that coming back to the city and trying to search for it is not it's not the best idea.
I'm sure he can take care of himself, but it is a little concerning that he'd be away from us for that long. But yes, if Silas finds anything, then I will inform you guys. But I will head over to Erzan if he is in trouble. Otherwise, I guess I'll stay with Vasily and Ireena.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
I think that's it. So
are you meeting up with Vasily and them after you're done with your affairs with the Baron? And
we shall
you
see how
will
that goes.
tell.
We can't guarantee it, but we're hoping to either meet up with you guys either after we're done with the Baron or at worst outside of town if things go wrong.
And you will tell the Baron that we are leaving, correct?
I shall tell them that you're with Vasily, yes, and I'll tell them that we're planning to leave tomorrow morning, yeah.
Sure.
Unless you have some reason for me to not tell them.
No, I actually I'd prefer it if you do tell him, so he is not, I guess, suspicious of us if anything goes awry.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So let me just get this straight. So our warlock is going to go to Vasily's home, and you guys, what are the three of you guys going to do?
A little bit later. He has his own stuff that I'm guessing he's still talking about, but yes, a little bit later he's gonna go to Vasily's home.
And the three of you guys?
I would like to go talk to the hunters first.
Yeah. Do we actually want to? No. Do we actually want to take them with us as trackers or guides or whatever?
Oh,
because that's what they
When
offered.
we come up to them.
Okay, fair enough. Makes sense.
So I want to jump really quickly to Vasily's manor with Kai. Okay.
Oh boy, if something bad happens, I'm gonna feel really bad because I separated all of us pretty badly here.
Yeah, it's
believe
gonna fall squarely on you because you were the
Yep.
only player with agency in this matter, and if it goes pear-shaped, it's your fault.
Hey, that's exactly
I
what
mean,
I'm gonna be with Kai.
Oh, yeah.
Hey Kai, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, so you arrive at Vasily's manor, and he starts. I'm going to turn off the light rain here, and he starts playing at the harpsichord. I don't know if you can hear it or not. Probably not. Turn up a little bit. It's not playing for whatever reason. Can you hear that?
Yep.
And you just see Ireena falling, all over herself, over Vasily. Oh, this is just so amazing. Ismark's kind of rolling his eyes, and you guys are both sitting on the couch. Yes, my dear, you should stay here, in my manor. Everything is perfect, safe. I'm close friends with Lady Wachter, and of course, the Burgermeister is also friends as well. I've played myself into a very powerful role here. I'm too valuable for either of them to harm me, and of course, Izerk will step down and not interfere, and as you know, I'm also close with von Habsburg. So you're overhearing this conversation.
Yep.
And Ismark's sitting next to you. If you want to engage in any conversation with Ismark.
Yeah. Kai will whisper. You hearing this? Do you really think Vasily is that valuable?
Well, Vasily's always had a thing for my sister, and our dad has been friends with Vasily and von Habsburg. I thought that someday father might find an appropriate suitor. I mean, he is from one of the minor noble houses, and you can definitely tell that Ismark is jealous of Vasily because he's so good-looking and well-mannered and well-dressed, and seems to have an air of aristocracy about him that Ismark is lacking. And clearly, Ireena is fawning all over Vasily.
So, do you think it best that you do stay here for a couple of nights, or?
Well, I haven't been to Khyraezul since I was a young boy, and there are no guards there. I mean, it is a walled city, and the abbot is friendly enough. But, I am concerned about these vampires, obviously, and now with von Habsburg falling ill, Vasily being a friend of the family, I mean, we can only ask so much of you. You guys have been generous to get my sister here safely, but are you going to be with her rest of her life? She's going to have some guardian.
Yeah, I see.
And I have to return to the village of Barovia. I won't be able to protect my sister in Barovia, which is right below Castle Ravenloft, as you know, and so I'm not too sure if Khyraezul's the best place, and perhaps maybe Vasily would be willing to come with her. Someone's going to have to stay with her after your friends leave, and I don't expect any of them to marry my sister.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not many options, and Vasily seems like not a bad one, at least.
No, he's always been a gentleman. He likes to play politics quite a bit, but, he has not made any enemies here in town, that's for sure.
Yeah,
What say you?
well, I just don't know how safe it will be. Don't know how safe it will be in this town, but I think if Ireena wants to stay here and not go to Khyraezul, then I think staying with Vasily is probably the best option.
I'm going to have to get back to the village of Barovia soon. I, of course, will go with my sister and escort her to Khyraezul if that's what your friends think is best. But I fear that there is no one there to be able to guard her safely. I mean, once you leave her there, the abbot doesn't have anyone there to keep an eye over her. I haven't been there in such a long time. I don't even know its current condition. At least I know what I have here. And trust Vasily with my sister, and I'm sure he has monies to hire the appropriate guards if necessary.
Yeah, I guess Khyraezul is still a gamble, so I understand.
I'm going to pull us back into the main room, and we'll leave this however you want to address. I guess Ileanys will be meeting up with you here at the manor. You can speak to him about what Izmark and what's going on between the hotness between Vasily and Ireena.
Okay.
Get radiant damage when I use it, so maybe I glow from the inside, like light comes out of my mouth.
Sponge, are you dead?
Yeah, I got stabbed.
Rest in peace.
No, it's everything is kosher for the time being. So we have, just to give us a heads up here, we have the young girl with Erzan going to the south gate to get past the drunken guard to go to the Vistani camp. We have
Silas following them in case any trouble arises there.
Who's following him?
Silas. Ileanys' pet.
Okay. Yes. Ileanys is now going to be going to the manor to after I don't know if he's going to engage with anybody in the town square first before he goes to the manor.
Yeah, he's gonna be talking with the Martikov, and he would be talking with the hunters afterwards. This would have happened.
Are you going to talk with the Martikovs by yourself, or are you going to talk with them with everybody, or how's the discussions going to go?
If people wanted to join by, then I don't mind. But
we're going to talk to the hunters.
Okay.
But we're basically beside each other, so we would hear whatever.
Yeah, but like me and the rest are talking to the hunters, not to the Martikovs.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a couple of minutes, and I'm not going to break away in this one, but I'm going to do a couple of minutes first with Ileanys and the Martikovs, and then we'll do a couple of minutes with the rest of you and the hunters, and then we'll just take a break and then come back. Okay?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. You see the Martikovs, and there's Danica and her husband Erwin up here, and they have two young boys with them. One of them, the younger one, is holding. The younger one here is this one right here, and he's holding his mother's hand.
We don't have access to the town map right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The town square, sorry.
I apologize.
Forgiven.
There we go. Let me go ahead and.
Yeah, I guess we'll just let Ileanys finish his conversation and then just talk to the hunters all together. Might be easier that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do it that way. Yeah.
So they're standing there, and you approach. They nod your head and say, "See you." Are you enjoying the festivities? Danica asks you.
Oh yes, it's been quite interesting to say the least. Quite informative. I do have some concern. Are these your children?
Yes, this is my younger son Brom and my slightly older son Bray.
Yeah, it's just kind of what do you call it? Sits or lowers down. Or, oh, hello.
Squat.
Hello. Their names? Squats. There you go. Squats. Hello there. My name's Ileanys.
Hello. They both nod to you.
Are they like snotty as their pictures look?
Yeah, they're aloof. They're not snotty, but they're I would say aloof. They're polite, well-mannered, but you can tell they have been raised to be more protective and not as opened.
Okay. Yes. Well. I'm sure you've noticed that there was smoke coming from.
Yes, I heard. I'm a little concerned. Rictavio's wagon is over there, and he hasn't returned this evening.
Yes, it's actually what I've wanted to talk about. We went there, and it seems that it was his wagon that was burnt down. It seems that somebody may have found him and maybe found his real identity, and they may have attacked him. Since you said that he hasn't been back for the night, we have reason to believe that either he left with somebody or somebody left with him, and they seem to have escaped over the eastern gate.
You hear Erwin step in, and he says, "This isn't good. Rictavio is a good man. He's been staying with us for quite some time. I fear the worst has probably happened to him. I've heard that some of Strahd's minions have been infiltrating the town lately, and Rictavio's taken an interest in that."
Yes, Rictavio has told me a little bit about you guys. It seemed that you were friendly. He was talking about how you guys own the winery over there.
Yes, our family owns the winery. It's gone through some difficult times as shipments have almost dwindled down to nothing, and I was going to inquire if you and your friends would be interested in helping me and our family find out what's been delaying the shipment, but I can see you have more pressing matters with your caretaking for Ireena here.
Can I interrupt here for a second? Robin, did you tell us that you also mentioned the wine bottles in his room?
I did everything. I talked about his dolls, the fact that his stinky room is filled with his stinky clothes, and the fact that he's got
Okay, so we
bottles
would
of
all
stinky
know that
wine.
he had multiple bottles from the winery empty in his room.
Would you tell Ileanys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we would relay that information on as well, yeah. I just wasn't sure if you told us. I couldn't remember.
How is the shipment been for the past couple of weeks? Do you get bottles or anything, or is it completely stopped?
Well, we usually get several barrels, and we get the rare wine is actually bottles, but we haven't had one in 3 weeks. Our shipment hasn't even come. I sent a couple of people to go look for that, but there was no traces of the last shipment, and we've lost contact, actually, with some of the people that work over at the winery, and we've grown concerned. I was going to ask your and your friends for help, but obviously Ireena is,
Yes.
your charge, and I would want to make sure she's safe. She's and her father has come, visited, and stayed in here in the Blue Water Inn. So when you do have the time, if you could look into that for the family, we would definitely make it worth your while.
Since you've been so welcome with us and been very hospitable, I don't think it'd be too much of a matter. After we are heading to Khyraezul, I think the winery, your vineyards, I believe is passing. I believe it's close by to Khyraezul, and we can maybe take a look after we're done with Khyraezul.
It's a short distance south of Khyraezul.
So, quite curious. Do you know of anyone that buys your wines? Anyone that maybe frequents buying bottles of your wines?
Well, I'm not too sure. I don't actually handle the vineyard myself, but I do know that the wine sold to Khyraezul as well as to the village of Barovia. They do have some limited relationships with some wine dealers that travel to and fro across Barovia, but I don't know much more than that. We are other than a couple of the noble houses here in town that buy individual bottles, we are the only ones in town that actually buy the wines in the barrels.
I see. So you do sell it at your inn by the bottles. Is there anyone in particular that buys a lot of them, or is it mostly most of the nobles that stock up?
It's the nobles, obviously the Baron, Lady Wachter, von Habsburg, von Vasily von Holzhall buy the wine, but unfortunately we've not been able to supply them as often as they order.
And do you know Izerk, the guard, town guard? Does he like his wine as well?
Izerk is usually drinks ale when he's in the pub. He can't afford the wine, or if he can, he decides not to.
Curious.
Just tell him.
Okay. Well, it seems that Izek has a bunch of. It seems that he likes your wines. We found that he has multiple bottles of it in his possession. Do you know? And that's why it was quite interesting that you said that he prefers the ale.
I'd be surprised if he had wine bottles. Perhaps he's stealing them from the Baron, who usually buys. He's our largest single individual purchase of wine bottles. He buys several cases each month. Unfortunately, we've not been able to deliver our cases, and I do know that Izix and the town guard arranged the transportation of a couple of cases or two from our the Blue Water Inn to the Baron's mansion.
Yes, that's. I think that's probably more reasonable than what I think. Yes, but yes, we will keep. We will visit your vineyard once we're done with our affairs. Do you have any suspects of what might have happened over there? Think it might be robbers or.
I don't know. The Vistani every now and then. Some of the Vistani are not to be trusted. That's for sure. And but I really don't have any inkling. We've sent of a couple of those allied with us to investigate, but we have not received any clarity as what may have happened. The vineyard's roughly maybe a 3 to 4 days journey from here.
Yes, we will do keep it in mind. And if Rictavio ever shows up, we will tell him that we're headed to Khyraezul. Hopefully he's all right.
It is most disturbing. I will keep an eye on him, and if I hear anything, I will send word.
Of course. Well, enjoy the rest of the festivities.
Okay. Now you guys are going to be talking to the two hunters.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Since I think Ileanys has had more conversations with them than me, so I'll let him or them handle it.
All right.
Well, it was actually me that Yevgeny approached outside of, or in
Oh, well,
in
you
the
can
end, I
basically
think.
then.
Yeah, he basically pulled me outside, so as I approach them, I nod to them both and say, Yevgeny, I hope you're well. Hope you're thoroughly entertained by whatever is happening here.
When you see Zoldar turns to you and he laughs. Well, thanks for the blessing for the town. I don't know what good that'll do, but thanks all the same. And Giovanni turns to him and he slaps him on the shoulder. Yes. Thanks for the blessing. And he smiles and he winks at you.
I wink back and without missing a beat say, you offered your services to us, and after talking about it, my friends and I could actually use your company. We intend to go west, and we could use a guide or two.
For sure. Where do you plan on going?
Right now, we have our sights on Khyraezul.
Khyraezul. That's a good 3 days' journeys from here. There's a couple of perilous things around the way. As you know, the werewolves have been stalking the area west of Vallaki, as I mentioned before. So we'll have to keep an eye out for them. But yes, we'd be privileged to guide you towards Khyraezul. And he looks over at Zoldar, who nods. Yes. When shall we leave? I think it'd be best if we leave by dawn's light. We can make most time. During the light, camp in the evening, and set watches. Traveling by night is most dangerous.
That's the plan, to leave by dawn.
Great. Well, we can meet you at Blue Water Inn before sunrise.
Before sunrise,
would it be possible if you meet us at the Vasilis' house at sunrise?
Vasilis? What? You're not telling me that well-dressed, snobby, want-to-be nobleman is going to be joining us?
No,
I
but
don't
he
think
is
so.
taking. I don't think so, but he is taking care of some of our friends currently. So we're planning to reconvene there and leave from there.
Zoldar says, well, I do hear that he is quite good with the saber and the sword, but I don't know. Maybe perhaps we can have him cook our food. Another one laughs. Yeah, cook our food, but I doubt he'd want to get his dainty hands all marred up with some raw chicken or beef. And then Zoldar albums him and he's like, well, maybe he can give us some food for our journey for a night. Perhaps that's a good idea. Yes, we'll meet you at Vasily's house in the morning at daybreak.
Thank you.
All right, good.
We'll require 25 gold to be paid up front, 75 to get you safely to Khyraezul. I'm sure that's not going to be a problem.
I look over Fiannos and
I mean, I have 93 gold on me, so
have a lot of funds.
it seems quite steep, is what I'm thinking, and what my look at Fiannos is supposed. I don't say this out loud.
I kind of shrug. Like, here's the thing. the first time through, I think it's worth it because it's uncharted territory for us. So I think it's fine.
Yeah, let me, I guess, try and haggle.
Like, if you want to try and
I-
haggle, go for it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I shrug back at you. It's like, I think it's fine, but if you want to try and haggle, go ahead.
I look at Yevgeny and I say, well, I'm sure your services are worth that much, but perhaps considering how big our group is and thus and most of us can handle ourselves, so we'll mostly be requiring you for, just guidance rather than fighting.
Exactly.
And perhaps we'll even, we can even share our stories. We're not from around here, so you might get an interesting anecdote from outside of Barovia out of all of this. So we perhaps
Fair enough. So, how about this? If you can supply us our rations and food for the entire journey there and the way back, we'll take 15 gold up front and 50 when we arrive safely at Kresik.
I
that
nod
sounds
to Jan. Yeah.
that sounds good to me.
Very well. We'll meet you at Vasily's house. Make sure at daybreak and be ready to go, and make sure that there's rations enough for us to make it to Kresik and back. And you'll have yourself a deal.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
It's 3 days, so we need 6 rations for each of them, right? Fire, like outside of character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll need 6 for each for that there and back.
Wait,
We're going-
6
we're going
there
back.
and back, or 6 for
Total.
each?
6 each. 3
Okay.
there and 3 back. So it's 6 each.
3 back. Okay, so 12 overall rations.
For them.
Oh, you were gonna make an even cheaper deal? God damn it. Why didn't you just cut me off like I cut people off?
Well, that sounds like a good deal, but you said 15, is it? And that's for both of you.
15 gold. We'll split it. We'll split the 15 gold, but 15 up front, making sure that we have
Correct.
rations before we leave, and then 50 gold when we arrive in Kresik. That's a significant discount than
That's
what
not
we
good.
offered.
Of course.
Ileanys, that's not for each of them, that's for both of them together.
Of course. How about this? You said you were wolf hunters, correct?
Or what?
You hunt wolves. You hunt wolves.
That's right.
I'm assuming, and you track them. How about this? We pay you the 15 gold, and we provide your rations on the way there and on the way back. We give you the 15 gold, and any wolves that we come across, any pelts, they're yours. I'm sure they would fetch more price than the 50 gold that we would give you. And if we
He laughs. He goes, "Of course they would be ours. You wouldn't even have to hire us. If you were going to hire us, we'd be getting them anyway. Then we have to skin them, we have to clean them, and then we have to try to sell them. So we'll take the 50 gold. And of course, any pelts along the way, that should be... We'll be cleaning them, taking care of them
I
anyway."
smile at Ileanys. I smile at Ileanys. I smile at Ileanys and like pat him on the back. It's like, nice attempt, and then I step forward. It's like, yeah, it's a deal. We'll meet you there. 15 gold, straight up, and 50 gold when we reach Kresik. I will pay it to you personally.
Very well. I'll see you at Vasily's Manor at daybreak. All right. We're going to take a brief... I'm going to grab a little bit of food, take a brief break right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that good, guys?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
good.
Okay.
Okay, before I forget, after the break, Jan, me and you are coming up to the barn and haggling as many rations as we can.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea.
Like a bitch.
I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Show me your
So-
larder.
I will tell you this: 2 rations is 1 gold.
Yeah.
So
If we
I mean,
find
12
fireballs
rations.
that
I mean,
they
here's the
wanna
thing: those
hunt,
12 rations saved us what? 48 gold, basically.
10, uh, 10,
10
35.
plus 50.
No, they said.
Oh, sorry, they wanted 75.
Wasn't the
75,
original
so
offer 25.75, and now
Yes.
it's 15.50? So yeah,
35.
So 35 minus 12, so that's 24. If we can put the ration.
we didn't save much on the.
24 gold is still 24 gold. That's a good amount.
and just for
so
asking,
expensive.
it's like, who knows if we even end up spending 1 gold per ration. Maybe we can finagle a couple of extra rations out of the innkeepers and the Baron. And all I had to say was, "You're gonna hear an anecdote or two." Have fun making those up.
Did you
I
guys?
mean, Jan, we would probably have some stories of the church that they would be entertained by.
How much?
I've got
rations you
lots
have?
of stories if you want to, guys.
You have noble stories, yes.
Yeah. And they would hear
Please.
them regardless because we're all insufferable.
I'm leaving. If we find direwolves and we have to run, I'm leaving these guys. I'm gonna shoot them in the back.
Oh my god!
Crazy.
Hunter's good. Hunter's good. No.
Go deal with the pelts yourself.
I find it interesting that you're so worried about dire wolves when they told us that there are werewolves to worry about.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
exactly.
That's why I wanted
So,
them along, because if we come across a bunch of werewolves, we might need them.
I mean,
there's obviously also the possibility that they're in league with Strahd. But
you think that of everyone, so whatever.
exactly.
That's not a concern of mine.
okay, so I was just gonna ask
Anyway,
how much rations does each of you
Just
have?
the fact. Sorry.
How
go
much
ahead.
how much rations does each of you have?
I don't. Let me check. The thing is, we haven't actually subtracted rations, so I still have my
the
starting
reason
amount,
why
I'm
we
pretty
haven't
sure.
subtracted rations was
We've
because Oleg has been
always been-
providing them for us.
Yeah,
Yes.
we've always been
Yeah.
provided with food.
Yes, that's the thing.
I would say just subtract
2.
2 out of anything you have because we've traveled
Well,
before.
No, we've only
10 on
used
me.
one.
I'm gonna BRB though.
We've only
Since
ever
we're taking a
used one weapon since coming to Barovia. Because as soon as we got to Barovia, we've been fed by Ireena, and then on the way to Vallaki, we've also been fed by Ireena, and then most of our time here, we've been living lodge free, or paid for by the burgomasters.
I know, right? Fucking hell.
We've actually been pretty good on living for free.
Anyways, I have 16 rations. I bought a lot. I bought some at the first
The
town
beginning.
because I thought we were gonna have like rations, like subtracting rations while traveling. But I guess Spyrum wants us to have rations with us while traveling. So
I would think once we leave Ireena,
yeah, then
No more food for us. Sad.
food. Yes.
My food.
Let me get back on my pie diet. Pie is giving you some nice dreams, It's like having weed and then going to sleep.
Ooh.
Makes you sleep better.
Sleeper.
That's sad.
So we got another side quest.
Wait, which is?
Check out the Wizard of the Wines.
I mean, we had that. We had that already because we think we needed to get.
But now they'll actually reward us better.
Mm-hmm. Now we have more info. That's the main thing. Gaduf Blinsky.
What other side quests do we have? I mean, everything else is the main quest, like Khyraezul, Abbey, Argynvost, and Amber Temple. We all need to visit all those places.
Archers first. London bridges.
Okay, well, hopefully these guys are useful, at least.
Oh my god!
100 gold.
Imagine,
Okay,
imagine them getting scared and running away as soon as we get in trouble.
I mean, I'm expecting.
I'm expecting.
At least it's 15 gold up front and not all of it up front, right?
Yeah.
They've only lost. And if they die, we can just...
Ileanys is thinking of ways to kill them on the way.
Actually, that's the
he's not that
thing.
bold.
That's the good thing.
I mean,
I just thought about it about an hour ago. We are not really getting any payments.
no.
We need some money.
That's what I'm saying. That's why...
Ileanys is the one that's thinking about that. The only one that thinks about that for now.
That's why I talked to the Martikovs, and that's why I tried to haggle with these guys.
I think Ileanys is the one that gets stuff and sells it, and then thinks about what to do else.
Well, Ileanys is just he's just thinking about how to survive, you know. He has stuff that he needs to buy to, you know. He's thinking ahead of what he needs to
The Bloodhunters
face
yeah.
potential evil at the temple. So lots of prep.
I mean, the Bloodhunters thinks that like they are hunters. They'll like if we need food, we'll hunt during the day if we want. So that's why I think the Bloodhunters wouldn't be afraid. I don't know about the Cleric and Paladin. Fair lady from grim bitches.
Why is there poor not Christian Minecraft server?
Hey, this is I have this and this. Down,
Chapter 127 out. So leveling.
Are you guys ready?
No. Wait. Oh yes, 127. Yes. So, I don't think Guy.
It was out yesterday.
Okay, so Fiannos and Guy are not here.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think. Tim, are you here?
Yep, just go back
Welcome.
again.
And Robin, yes, it to 127 is that.
It's just yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna read it soon as we're done. Let's see what happens to the fucking Russian guy. He's gonna get his ass pounded.
The Russian guy, he's gonna die anyways. So then...
He's gonna get his ass pounded.
Who's the Russian guy?
It's like
a manga we're reading. Like a manga about hunters that like the world is on a crisis status, so
we need to like you know what? Basically, it's a manga about people being stupidly strong, but monsters being stupidly stronger. That's it. Every time you think that this is the end, it's not the end. There are always stronger monsters lurking about, and they are about to kick your ass. And that's what's gonna happen to the Russian dude. He's gonna get his ass handed to him in the meanest way possible.
By
death.
No, by how much? 11? No. Like 2-story high? No, not 2-story high even. Like a fucking.
What? I didn't read it yet. Shut up.
Okay, very
Jan?
big.
Jan, I want to talk to you about the mental lashing for a little bit. I have an
Okay,
idea
sure.
about that.
Oh.
How about we say this, right? And if you say it, it's actually not a lie, technically, because you are suspicious of everything. So, we inform the Baron that we have, we believe that the fire is related to the vampires in some way, and so is the Eastern Gate being unguarded. But we say that we have reason to believe that they actually headed west and that opening the Eastern Gate was a distraction to lead us on the wrong track. and that we're intending to chase after them as soon as possible.
Sure. What I started thinking of was, if the western gate is still so closely guarded, telling the Baron that there was a vampire there might not fly. At least
No,
it might
not
it
that
might
they
bite
went
us in
out
the
the
back.
western gate, but
Okay.
that they went out the eastern gate and went around the city towards the west. If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Because, like, the city isn't exactly on top of a mountain. You can circle around it.
Yeah, sure. And we heard that the only other gate that they would maybe pass if they don't go through the woods is the one with the useless drunk guard. So,
But we don't want to mention that to him.
yeah, fair enough.
Guys,
So-
I have a question. That's not okay. Wait, hold on. Now you go first.
Okay, sorry. So the idea is that they actually headed west, but they did the whole thing with the eastern gate specifically to distract us and try to lead us east rather than west. So does that make sense to you so far?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would buy it, but the Baron doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed in the first place. He's pretty starstruck by the fact that we're Order of the Dragon.
Yes. So once we say that, that would give us a reason to head out the western gate as early as possible in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if we tell him like vampires left heading west, he might start questioning why we're not leaving immediately.
Yes.
Exactly.
Might need to.
So
have
this
a
gives
good-
us a lead without making it too sudden. So, based on that, we then can ask him about the rations and also mention that because of the strict time schedule that we're now suddenly on, we won't have time to properly prepare the mental lashing, so we'll just do it here. And then I'll just come up to the guard in the stocks and start basically whispering or saying something either in halfling or in Abyssal, because I know Abyssal. I have Abyssal for some reason, so
Speak with demons.
I'll just fucking do something vaguely spell-like in Abyssal, and then just tell the guard to scream.
Actually, that's a good question. What if I just cast spells in another language that other people don't know about?
We might recognize the spell from the effects, but yeah.
That would still be a cover up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
that's
if he's,
fine.
I don't know how much of a cover up speaking a language that no one understands is while something magic is happening around
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Guys,
true.
ready to jump back in?
I think
So,
Kai wants
what do you
to-
think of this, Jan? What do you think
you.
of this,
Yeah,
Jan?
I think that should work.
Kai,
Okay.
you
I don't.
back?
I'll come up to
really
the
have a
guard first
better-
in the stocks then. If you have a better idea, sure, but I don't want to waste time on the mental lashing. We need to prepare.
Hey, Kai.
The only.
And
Yeah,
I will
the
just
only.
explain that it's going to be weaker here, which will also excuse the fact that it's not going to be too traumatic, since I'm guessing the guard can't, do an Oscar-winning performance for us.
Hey, Kai, are
You
you
never
back?
know.
Are you back, Kai?
By the way, guys, check general for a little bit. I want to show you guys something cool, kinda.
Kai, are you there?
Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty cool.
Do you think that's how a changeling would look like?
Probably
No.
not. They
Probably
probably
not.
changed their entire
like-
facial structure, not just the surface.
They don't have what's it called, text, so they can do be anything.
I mean, that's I would say that's a good base form for a changeling. That's just the base form.
No.
I
Because
feel like
they have white
they would
hair.
still identify with an identity. I feel like their self would still be some sort of identity rather than an amorphous blob, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
They would just choose a certain identity to be their self.
Yeah, true.
okay, so what
But
I
that's
can
just
recall,
not
they have a
stuff.
base form. They have a base form because
Yeah.
stuff like Moonbeam can hurt them
Hmm.
as long as they are not in, I think, Cureship,
Okay.
right? So
Okay,
they have
why are
base
we
form.
discussing this right now? Sorry,
I
but
don't know.
I just
I
want
don't
to
know.
get.
do we?
Yeah. So Kai
Okay.
is not here. I've been texting him. Can you hear me, Kai?
I don't think he's
I
here.
think
Yeah.
he went to AFK for a bit. I think he took the break and just
Okay.
is
So
not back yet.
Ileanys is going to be with Kai, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I deleted him, but you can get to Vasily's Manor. I turned that on for players there, so you and Kai can jump into Vasily's Manor.
Where's the guard in the stocks?
That
He's
was
on the left, right?
The guard in
somewhere
the stocks
here, I
is
think.
yeah. The guard in the stocks is over there where the two guards are. Yes, where Tim's marked it on the map.
Where the fuck am I?
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pull
There.
Robin down to his visit to on his way to the Visanti camp. Okay,
Yep.
and I'll keep an eye out for Sponge. All right. So the first thing on the Vistani map, you guys, Robin, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep, I can hear just fine. I have just a question before we do this.
Okay.
I can see a road leading from the gate to an intersection, and then from the intersection I can just head straight towards the camp.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any other means of, like other ways to get to that place?
The what you see on the map are the only really ways that you can get to in fairly quick fashion. I mean, you can go south below the map and come back underneath it, but it would take you longer to do that.
I just don't like. Okay, so a part of me does not want to get ambushed or, well, jumped by any other, well, gods or possible parties that have an interest of harming me. But at the same time, I don't want to take too much time. So I was thinking, what if, instead of going through this road, can I go above the vegetation, like the forest, and like move here towards this area, then get to this road?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, I can do that. Does it require any?
No, doesn't require anything. It's the same amount of travel. So you're first at the gate. You come up to this gate, and there's a soldier. You can see he's kind of leaning over. Yeah. What are you doing out this area, this late here? Well, what are you doing there, sir?
I'm going to get more booze for the Baron.
More boost for the Baron. Boost for the Baron. Now,
Would you like some?
if you're going out this way to get some boost for the Baron, maybe when you return, you could possibly leave a bottle or two here. I mean, I could look after it for you, because
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was asking about. You look like you've been having a long day guarding this gate all by yourself. Perhaps you need a bottle or two to ease up your tension.
of course. Yes. Just be back before daybreak, okay? I leave my post here at daybreak.
Do you have any favorite brand that you want? Perhaps I could get
The
you one.
stronger the better. The
Oh,
stronger the
make sure
better.
to get you the strongest then.
They're very, very good. Oh, is this your daughter here?
Oh yeah, her name is Arabelle, but you can call her Belle. Say hi, Arabelle.
Hi. She's a mighty young daughter there you got there. You got a good dad there. You got a good dad. Do what he says.
Now be careful out there. You know, there are wolves and all kinds of whatnots
Yeah.
out there in the woods there. Don't be too long.
I'll make sure to come back before daybreak.
So you guys get to the gate and you start crossing in the moonlight across the top here.
Yep.
And you don't see anything, and then you come to this trailhead over here.
Mhm. How long does it take me to get to here? Is it like 45 minutes?
It's about, I would say it's about 30, 25 to 30 minutes.
Great.
You're
That's
moving.
not bad.
You're moving swiftly. She's keeping up with you. You're telling her to
Good.
hurry along, and you get here, and now you're at this
Good girl.
trailhead here, and
Mhm.
as you come down the trailhead, you come to this fork in the road right here. And do you go north or do you go south?
Well, I would like to know. I would like to ask the Raven if there are anything.
Okay.
Let me hold on. Where the fuck is it? Fuck, I can't find it. I actually can't find it.
Find what?
The passive ability. I wanted to ping it, but I can't find it. Sorry.
Okay, so you see a raven.
I would like to ask the Ravens which is the safer route. Fly to the safer route.
They don't fly to either route, either way.
I'm assuming that both are dangerous. If that's the case, then Erzan is going to look towards his little.
Remember, they
friend
can only
over there.
make binary. They can only.
Yes or no.
Okay. And you have that girl with you too.
Yeah, because by now I would assume that they would choose either right or left, but I'm going to assume that since they chose neither, neither of those things, neither of those paths are safe per se.
Well, you don't know. You just ask them which one's safer. They could both be safe. They could both be dangerous, but they don't respond at all. I guess they don't know what, you know.
Okay, let me ask another question.
Okay.
Which way should I go, right or left?
They don't respond.
They don't respond either.
They can only respond binary. You know, they can
as
only.
in,
You're asking.
as in like yes or
They
no.
can't go. They can't say right or left. They can only say. They can only squawk for yes, and if they don't squawk, then it means no.
Okay, let me ask this then. Is the south road safe?
They don't squawk.
Is the north road?
They don't squawk.
Well, same response. Erzan's going to turn over to Arabelle and he's going to ask her, do you know which way to get back to your parents?
Well, the fast way is to the south. That's the trail that leads right there. Otherwise, you're going to stop by Siegel's hovel.
And who's that?
Oh, he's this dark elf that sells bows and arrows and stuff like that. He has a little hovel.
Oh, I see. Well, it would be
But he
interesting with that
out of the
fellow.
wave. She's like,
Well, do you mind?
we should just get to the Vistani camp and just head south. That's be the fastest way.
Yeah, I know, Arabelle. Do you mind if we take a little detour and visit that seagull?
It's really late at night. I don't know if he'd be awake, and us banging on his door in the middle of the night is probably going to alert him, but...
You're a very smart girl, Arabelle. Well, we can see what we've got is not that much of a difference either ways. We're going to head by his place. If he's not around, we're going to head to your camp almost immediately after. Does that sound like a good plan for you?
Okay.
Good girl. Okay, I would like to take the North Fork.
Okay.
North Path.
All right. You get up there and you notice this hovel right at the crossroads right here. If you turn it on the journal
I can see
notes, you can see the journal notes. Yeah, there's no lights that seem to be on.
I would like to just do a quick knock on the door.
What is it? Who's that?
My name is Erzan. I've come here to shop for some arrow.
Come tomorrow. It's late.
I
Give a
know,
man a
but
sleep.
it's a little urgent, if you don't mind.
What are you doing? Hunting wolves at night?
Would I know that we're going to be renting hunters?
How would he know that?
No, would I know?
No, I mean I don't. They didn't tell you before you left.
Yeah, I would not.
Right.
Okay, I would still say yes, but now as a lie. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
Hunting wolves at night. I suggest you get some sleep and come back in the morning.
Well, I'd like to have a word about the Vistani camp south, if you don't mind as well.
What do you want to know?
Well, did he open the door, by the way, or am I
No,
still
he's
talking
standing. You're standing on the other side of the door.
Okay. Well, would you mind opening the door so I can see who I'm talking to?
I don't know who you are. You come to my house in the middle of the night, and now you want to know information about the Vistani to the south.
Well, is the road to the south safe?
Well, it depends on who you are, doesn't it now? Wandering
Well,
around at night, banging on people's doors, asking about Vistani, well, I wouldn't say that's the best way to put your foot forward in this area.
Well, if you look closer, this is a Vistani little girl, and she's lost, and I need to get her back to her parents.
What's her name? What's her name?
What's your name? Her name is Arabelle.
The door flies open, and he looks straight at her, and his eyes are widened.
So
he just stands there, and he's just like,
What
No.
are you? You are in grave danger if you do not return her quite away.
I am. That is exactly what I'm doing at the moment. I'm asking if the road ahead of me is safe.
It depends on who you are, and I don't know anything about you, but you have the daughter of the king of the Vistani, and I suggest you get her back to the Vistani, or you're going to be wearing that you're going to be missing that head of yours very quickly.
That is probably going to be unlikely, but thanks for the heads up.
I don't know if you know who you're messing with down here, but this is the Vistani.
I'm not messing with anyone. I'm returning the girl and leave. Can I have bows before I...
Come back till the morning. I'm not going to allow you to bring her in here. My head would be on a platter before the sun rises.
Well, I'm going to return after I deliver the girl. Would you still be there?
If you are able to return.
We'll see about that. Such a funny little fella you are.
Oh, he's like that. He's one of those dusk elves that live outside the camp.
she kind of just shakes her shoulders a little bit, like he's a big kind of weirdo guy.
Erzan's just going to chuckle, knowing about his cousin elves, and then he's going to walk with her to down the road south towards the camp.
Okay, so when you get about here, you see three Vistani, or you don't know they're Vistani, but three men coming up the road towards you, and they spot you on there. They yell, "Wait! Stop right there!"
Erzan would stop immediately.
They come up to you.
Arabelle, where have you been?
One of them rushes over and grabs her by the arm.
Come with me, your father's looking for you.
And you, sir. And one of the guards comes, one of the Vistani comes over there, draws his sword.
Put your sword to the ground.
So done.
What's that?
I've got...
Hello? Can you hear me?
I said, I've got no sword on.
You only have your cane, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Very
Do you
handy.
have any weapons with you?
He asks.
Well, if you count a cane as a weapon, you can have it.
And he's like, nah. He just kind of floods around. Come with us. And two of the Vistani stand side by side next to you. And you arrive, and let me give up the Vistani camp here. And I'm going to put you on the map right now. You show up right here. Can you see yourself?
Yeah, I can see myself.
And
A circle of light around me.
yeah, that's your vision range. And I'm gonna grab the little girl. Hold on here. Should have grabbed her before. There she is. And grab some of the Vistani. So I'm gonna just move this you guys up quicker. Hold on here.
Okay, is the girl with one of the was one of the Vistani guys now, or is she still holding my hand?
She's with one of the Vistani guys. You specifically are standing between two Vistani on either side, and you're approaching this camp, and you can see these wagons up there, and you hear this man just yelling at this other person very, very loudly. He's just, you failed me. It's the last time you fail, Alexei. I'm gonna drag you out there and let the crows eat your eyes. I gave you one daughter to watch my daughter, and you failed at that. And as you approach here, as you get closer, you see, I'll just bring you forward. You see these Vistani gentlemen right here. This guy in the middle is getting beaten pretty bad, and this guy here is screaming at him. The guy to the left, and the other guy has got him by the arms. And this guy waves, Luvas, what is it? And he sees his daughter, and he runs to his daughter, and he picks her up, throws her in the air, and he looks towards you. Who is this? And she says, Daddy, he's a friend. His friend saved me. Pluto, the drunk, he kidnapped me and was going to drown me, and they saved me. This guy comes over to you, and he just puts his arms around you. I am Luvas. You can have anything here. Name your price, bringing me back my daughter. You're a member of the family. Come on in. And he welcomes you into the area here, and there's a tent in there. There's some fire going on in the tent, and he welcomes you into the tent. Okay?
I would like to not go in until he does first.
Okay, he goes in first. And they all come in, and you're in there with them, and there's some music playing, and everybody stands up, and they're very, very joyful, and everybody, almost like family, go around and give her a hug. And this guy is just smiling like you've just changed his life.
Erzan would be also giving a light smile as well.
Okay.
A sincere one.
Okay, so you're all in there, and you have now become super, super, like you feel like you're now on the inside of a very, kind of gypsy-esque secretive cult. You're like now totally brought in as family because this girl, you've rescued the king of the gypsies' daughter. Okay?
Looks like it.
So I'm going to just jump to the other guys really quick.
Yep.
Okay.
I would just like to say one thing to Arabelle.
Okay.
Oh, didn't know your papa was such an important man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He's just Papa. She kind of laughs. So to her, it's just her dad, but to everybody else, he's the king of the gypsies, or king of the Vistani.
Well, let's hope Erzan doesn't do anything bad.
Okay, I'm gonna drag you back up.
Yep, please.
Spells. We need some burning up.
I
in this
already
place.
have fire spells.
We're back. Hey, Kai, are you back?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I got
Yeah.
back like a minute after this.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We were just talking about the fact that everything is like burning around us. This campaign has a lot of pyromania going on, and we haven't burned anything down.
Yes, let's burn it all down.
Yeah, it's practically our turn.
So-
Basically,
So what are you guys doing here in the
town square.
Town square.
Can you activate us? Oh,
Yep.
all right, it's open. Yeah.
I and I are in Vasily's there, so
Okay. You guys are in the town square.
I can't see anything in town square. Oh, there we go. There we go. It appeared. Okay. First of all, which of the two guards is in the stocks?
We'll make it. I'll put it. Let me just do this here. This one
Like,
here. I
oh.
just marked him.
Okay. I come up to this guard, and I say, "Could you leave us for a moment?"
He looks at you and kind of like shrugs. Leave who?
Leave me and the guard. I gesture to the guy in the stocks.
Yes, you're gonna have to roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion it is. Please not the 2. Please not the 15.
He goes, okay, I could actually. And he looks at you. Don't say anything. Go for a quick ale. I'll be back shortly. And so he steps away.
Okay, I come into this guy and I whisper to him.
Okay.
When I come up to you again and start speaking words that you don't understand, I want you to pretend as if something's worming into your mind and just scream. Okay?
He looks at you. I don't understand.
Look, I'm not actually planning to give you a mental lashing. I just want to pretend as if I'm giving you one. So you need to play along, okay? When I come back to you and start speaking things that you can't understand, I want you to scream at the top of your lungs until, as if something's trying to worm up your mind.
I get it. You want me to fake that I'm in pain?
Yes.
I get it.
Okay.
And with that, I leave. I nod to the other guard that's probably been watching me talk to him.
Okay.
I mean,
He
me and
didn't hear you. He was over there getting an ale, talking to somebody.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
me and Herjann standing here is good.
He comes back. Okay.
Yeah.
I go to the Jan. I need you to come with me for this.
Oh, okay. I thought I was. Irvin, can you keep an eye on the prisoner in air quotes?
Baron, could we speak to you for a moment?
Of course. What can I do for my guest?
I look at Jan. We have reason to believe that the accident with the fire isn't an accident, but part of the troubles that have been going on around here.
Well, that is most disturbing. You were trying to hunt down that creature, and
Yes, I believe that to be connected. And we have reason to believe that they headed west from the city.
All right.
all right.
I understand that the east gate was open, but we have a reason to believe that the east gate was a distraction, and they may have headed out the east gate, but then went west to lead us on the wrong trail.
Why would they go west? Isn't Lord Strahd Ravenloft to the east?
I don't know. It's just what we've come up with. It's difficult to say why. I don't know what's going on exactly, but that's what we have.
Are you? And I don't know this because I was away. Are you actually telling the truth? Or are you fibbing? Are you trying to lie?
Jan, if let's see. Here's the thing.
I didn't know if there's something
We
that
are
you guys discussed when I was away, so I don't know if you were.
basically the idea is we somewhat believe that there might be something west, but that's not the reason we want to head west. If that makes sense.
Well, you're telling them that something happened with the vampires that went west, but you don't actually believe that, right?
We believe that the card thing is connected to the vampires.
Right.
Okay.
But you don't believe that
But
actually
we
has anything
don't
to
believe that they headed west.
do. Okay. So
That's the part.
You're gonna have to roll a deception check, and I'm gonna give it a DC 10.
Okay. Let's hope I don't fail this. Please, dice. 13. Okay. Okay.
West,
Fucking
huh?
hell.
Well, that is concerning. I hope those vampires aren't heading to the abbot in Khyraezul. He has no guards there to defend him, and that place is not much better than Barovia, the village.
Yes, that is
perhaps you should send
precisely
word.
why we want. Yes, that is precisely why we're planning to leave as soon as possible.
Very well, I wish you safe journey. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. You're always welcome to stay here. Oh, before you go, do you mind giving that mental order the dragon lashing to that town guard?
Of course. Unfortunately, as you understand, we're on a tight schedule, so we won't be able to do it in full in the chapel, but we can perform it here and it will still be effective, just not as effective.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay. As you're saying this, the Father Petrovich is shaking his head in very, very disgusted fashion, and he says, I cannot be a part of this. And decides.
But I'm specifically saying that we're not going to do this at the church. I'm just going to do it here, but it's going to be less effective.
You're still an asshole.
Yeah, he's looking at you. You're going to mentally torture somebody.
Yes, you're still an asshole in his eyes.
Yes, that's what
that's fine. Okay.
I take my chances, and in Celestial, I say to the Father, just trust us on this one.
He just shakes his head, and he just tells the Baron, he's like, this goes against the sacrament of the Morning Lord and our duty to God. And Baron's like, bah! He has to learn his lesson.
Well, actually, another thing, Baron. Since we're leaving so quickly, I'm not sure if we'll be able to stock up on rations. Would you happen to know where we could buy some rations quickly that would have like a stockpile of them?
Oh, the Blue Water Inn is rations most travelers. You can have them put it on my tab.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Baron. If you excuse us, we shall perform the mental lashing, and then we will get going and start packing for the journey.
Okay.
Let me just roll a d20 to myself.
Okay, as you step over this way, Lady Fiona Walker waves gesture to come forward.
Of course. I come up to her for a second.
I see you're going to perform this service. I just want you to know this is the kind of thing that's going to lower the morale and create a rebellion in this town, doing this damage to somebody in such a public fashion.
Isn't that kind? Won't that work to your benefit? I say it back to her quietly.
Not if you're going to aid me.
I see. Well, in that case, I shall have to aid you indirectly.
She looks at you kind of disgusted. She thinks you sided with the Baron.
Look, I'm still planning to... I look at Jan, puzzled. It's like, should I tell her?
You're gonna get a shrug back, and in Abyssal, I really don't care what happens to this town. It's... politics doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I kind of lean into Lady Fiona. To tell you the truth, there is no lashing. I asked the guard to pretend as if he's getting lashed. I didn't want him to be punished for such a small transgression. That's why I stepped in.
And my daughter that you promised to save?
Yes, that is. I was telling the truth there. We are planning to go to Khyraezul to get the remove curse spell, and we're heading back as soon as possible.
Are you deceiving her?
No, I'm not deceiving her.
Okay. She looks at you and she's just shakes her head, and it's not a negative shake. It's just kind of, she doesn't really have anything to say. Just kind of, I think she's just disappointed.
Yeah.
She's not mad or angry at you, Fiannos. She's just disappointed.
She's just she thinks that you're a fool. You're being played by the Baron.
Don't care. I saved the guy from a lashing. Fuck it.
Okay.
I walk up to the guard. I nod to him, and I start speaking in Abyssal whilst having my. Actually, sorry. First of all, before I do that, I asked you to guard stand back a bit. You don't want to get affected as well.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
So I wait for him to stand back. Then I look at the guard. I nod to him, and I raise my hand out, and I start in Abyssal and making it sound as if I'm using a spell or something.
Okay. And let's hear it. I want to hear it.
The actual spell.
No,
Just fix some shit. That's
yeah, you're gonna do your tongues. Let's hear your talking tongues.
What? I don't know what an abyssal sounds like, and I can't check right now.
Something like that.
You don't want to make some of
if
it
my
up?
internet wasn't so shit, I would check what abyssal sounds like and make something up. But like, I'm sorry, but I don't have the capabilities here.
I mean,
Do you make anything up?
yeah.
Lirum Larum Löffelstiel.
Would you like to give me some help here? You can speak abyssals as well. I saved you from the other conundrum. Now you saved me back. Come on.
I'm literally
as you're
looking
standing up as you're standing up to do this, the Baron, there's a bell. He rings a bell, and everybody in the courtyard comes forward. He goes, "Our friends from the Order of the Dragon are going to perform their merciless ceremony of thrashing and destroying the mind of this so-called guard." And you see the crowd coming over and going, "Oh." And some of the people that you've met are kind of looking at you a little bit with disdain. Like the Yanovich, the bookkeeper and whatnot, and Raleigh, who you've met. They're all coming around to watch. And this one woman down here in the south, right here, this woman here, she's this one right here. She starts crying.
That's her husband. That's his wife.
That's his wife.
I love this because
I love it. I'm doing what is genuinely a good act, and yet I'm being like seen as illegal. Oh my god.
Fucker, yes.
Well, I hope you're doing it for the really warm feeling of having done something good, and not for the recognition.
Recognition? No, it's all internal. For Fiannos, it's all internal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this. Like, that's why he's lawful good, because he has a very strong internal sense of justice, and he's sticking to that no matter what.
Well, then he should be fine. I finally found the Merseburger Zaubersprüche that I'm just gonna use as makeshift infernal or abyssal, I guess. So do you want me to do the abyssal part?
You notice the Mighty Cough little kids come up front. Are coming up front to watch.
Gonna do this.
This tugs at my heartstrings. Poor little children. Okay, so Herjann stands back, squares his shoulders, and loudly but calmly recites Eres Sasun Idisi, Sasun Hera Duoda, Suma Hap
I follow his lead and recite those after him.
And yeah, where was I? Suma Harry Lesidun, Suma Klubadun, Umbi Kornorudi. The old German is fun. Inspring Haptabund, Inua Uiganun. And then that should have an effect.
Yes.
No! No, my mind! The devil has taken me! Ah, get out of my mind! This woman starts crying. Please leave him alone. She starts tugging on Herjann's cloak. He's my husband. He's all I have. The Baron's laughing, and you hear the father over here. He's like, this is disgusting. I've had none of this. And you see the little the boys looking at you, and they're just shocked, and that the whole town is kind of looking at you as this man is just screaming, out of my mind! Yeah. You destroyed my mind! He's just screaming.
Very apropos, Tim. Very apropos.
Yep.
You guys.
Nice find. Good job. Nice save. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was convincing enough, so I nod at Jan and we stop.
Very good, very good. And the Baron claps. Very well, that's his mind torment. We'll leave him in the stockade for a few days and see how this takes to him. And if he doesn't behave, well, he knows what's in store for him. And you see the crowd people, they turn their backs to you as they walk away. To the...
We probably just burned every bridge with the commoners.
Yes! You did!
Yes. Yes, we did. Well, whatever. We have the other side of the party. I love it. I'm doing good acts, but fucking hell.
Yep.
This woman comes running over to stockades, and she grabs on to her husband, and he kind of looks at her, and she doesn't know what to make of it, and he's too afraid to say anything.
Yeah. I say, Baron, I'm afraid that lashing was actually more effective than I thought. If you leave him in the stock, he may straight up die in here. I suggest that he is taken out unless you literally want him to die in there, which is more than I intended.
We'll keep an eye on him, make sure that he doesn't die.
But shouldn't that be enough? I feel like I suffered enough here, no?
Okay, you're going to have to roll a really good persuasion check here. And you've deceived him with your thing. So go ahead and roll persuasion.
Let's hope I roll.
Which one? Oh,
it's the 8.
No. He winks at you. He goes, "Of course, we'll keep an eye on him and make sure he's okay."
Well, I tried my best. Fuck it.
Okay.
Well, with that, I go to the rest of them, and I'm like, well, I think we should get going.
Yeah. Well, since we're still here and the wife is still there, I put my hand on her shoulder and just gently infuse it with like 1 hit point of my lay on hands pool and say, see to your husband, he's more than done his penance. And there's a bit of a wink there, and then I walk away.
Okay. She looks at you. And she's crying, but she kind of nods her head. She doesn't know what to think. And he's trying to signal to her, but he can't because there's so many people watching. He's kind of awkward situation.
Yeah.
What did Spock say in the Search for Spock? His famous line. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
You should know this.
only except for Fiannos did it the opposite way.
Really famous line in there.
Fiannos
your Star Trek.
Yeah, Fiannos did it the opposite way. The needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many.
Yikes!
I've just cursed the entire town to save one man. All right. we're going to
Like,
we,
again,
you
the
guys,
town is not gonna hurt, but like I'm gonna hurt for it. But that's just the lot given to me in life. So
so you guys are going to head to Vasily's Manor now. It's getting pretty late in the village. The square is starting.
we
to
want to head first to the tavern to ask for supplies.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Rictavio.
that might actually also be a good, because the Mardikovs have been good to us and they seem pretty influential. It might be a good time to let them know that we actually, if we care about our reputation in this town, we should probably let them know that we're what we did, or roughly what we did. But I have to switch
Yes.
rooms. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yes. So we head over to the Martikovs. I'm assuming the festival is kind of wrapping up at this point.
That is correct. So I'm going to grab Irvan.
So
everybody's
grab all three of us, and we're
Yeah.
heading to the.
Okay, and I'm going to quickly see. We got Irvan, blah blah blah, and who else is? It's and Fiannos. There you guys are, and you guys should be out in front of the Blue Water Inn, right?
Just making sure. Silas didn't see that Erzan was in trouble.
No, Silas watched Erzan, and he thought he was going to get in trouble, but he seems to be fine. There was no problems with Erzan.
I'm guessing they're in the Vistani camp now.
They're in the Vistani camp, yes.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Erzan's not in trouble.
Surprisingly, yes. Everybody is
Agreed.
surprised.
That is very surprising.
Everybody's
when
surprised.
you were with there for a while, it was like, oh boy, he's gonna get into
So
trouble.
I'm going to
isn't
go
he?
ahead and jump to the Vasily's Manor. The Blue Water Inn should be activated and ready to go. I'm just going to jump over to the manor for Kai and Ileanys interchange, and I'm just drag them down the channel because some stuff's going on I don't want everybody to know. So, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, boys, you guys are here together, and you are in the Vasily's Manor, and Vasily's been playing his music here on the harpsichord, and I think Kai, you might want to mention to Ileanys at this point what you've learned or what you think.
It is Ismark sat next to us.
Ismark is no longer sitting next to you. He's come in and you guys are sitting on the couch together. I'll just
Okay.
leave that.
Cool.
He's gone to get a drink to the bar or something. He's over here at the bar having a drink.
Is everything all right here?
Yeah. I think Ismark seems to think it's best to leave Ireena here with Vasily, and I think Vasily and Ireena both think that too.
Oh boy. And who's the one that brought this idea to Ismark? Was it Vasily?
Sorry, say that again.
The one that brought up this idea to Ismark? Was it Vasily?
I don't think anyone brought up the idea. It was just, Vasily and Ireena seem to like each other, and Ismark believes that well, he thinks that
He thinks it's safer for her here.
well, he knows it's at least reasonably safe here, as Vasily is here and the guards of the city are here, and in Kresik there's no guards, and he doesn't think that he doesn't know if there'll be anyone to protect Ireena, and Ismark to go back to Barovia, and so he won't be able to protect her, and he says that we won't always be there to protect her. So
It's quite concerning, considering we've just paid extra money to some people to guard us, and that's including Ireena, to get us to Khyraezul safely. Do we want to wait for the others so that we can talk to them, or do you want to try to convince them now?
I don't know. I don't know how long they'll be.
Maybe I will. I mean, I will go talk to Ireena or Izmark.
Okay, Ismark's standing over by the bar. Oh, there you go. Oh, Ileanys, how are you? Can I get you something to drink?
No, Kai would have been with me too.
Would you guys like something to drink?
Yes, yeah, some wine, please, for me.
Vasily has some of the nicest wine here. Here, and he pours you both a glass.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Such a lovely home. Of course, it's not as large and opulent as von Habsburg, but it is quite a nice home, and boy, he's very good at the harpsichord, I must add.
Yeah, quite. So are you all prepared and packed up, ready to go? I believe we'll be leaving tomorrow morning.
Well, I was talking to Kai, and it seems that, my concern is this. I have no doubt that you can protect her and get her safely to Khyraezul, and I will not be able to make it that far. But what are you going to do once you get there with her? You're not going to stay there? Is any of you going to marry her? Or be with her for the rest of her life? Khyraezul has no guards. There's no one of her age probably there. It's a very small village. She won't be safe for long, and Vasily does have an eye for her. He's been courting her for quite some time.
Well, I understand you have to go back to Barovia, but we've hired. We will be safe on the way there. We've just recently hired some.
I don't doubt that. But how long are you going to stay in Khyraezul with her? 5 years? 10 years? Until she becomes an old lady?
We have some affairs over there, but I believe you said there was people waiting for her over there.
There's no one waiting for her in Khyraezul.
Then why did you have us? Why did you want to go to Khyraezul in the first place? You said it would be safe for her there.
That was the Father Donovich suggested the abbot in Khyraezul.
Oh yes, the abbot.
Look, Ireena can't go back to the village of Barovia. It's not safe for her there, and I can't protect her. But I am the Burgermeister now at Barovia, and I can't be there to protect her. She's going to have to be married and find somebody with means and who loves her and can put forth somebody to protect her. And I have fear that if you leave her at Khyraezul, she's going to fall into the hands of the Dark Lord himself in a matter of time.
You see, you know why we're here in this land, right? And in the abbot there, I believe it has the same. If she stays there, it has the same powers of protecting the area as the church here.
You're asking Ireena to become a nun?
I'm just asking her if she stays here there in Khyraezul in the abbot. I believe it has the same powers for hallowing the ground so that no vampires or the Dark Lord can enter the area. Just like the church here
I'm not sure if it does or not. I'm not sure if it does or not.
You think it's safer here, where there's fires and vampires already inside Vallaki?
I don't know if Khyraezul's any safer. And you're asking her to become a nun? How is she going to stay? How is she going to stay with the abbot there, unless she becomes a nun? Joins the nunnery.
Well, people that need to take refuge, I'm sure they won't refuse them, just because they're not a nun.
I haven't been to
Anyone
Khyraezul
that needs help.
We haven't been to Khyraezul as a little boy. I would hate to break it to her that you're going to tell her that you're going to leave her. She'll have no one. She'll be totally alone.
We won't be leaving her right away.
Well, how long do you plan to stay with her?
Stay with her and until our in order in the area. We have affairs in the abbot and Argenvost and in the winery, so we'll be frequenting her.
who's going to stay with her in the abbey? In the abbot?
Safe in the abbot.
What I'm saying is, it's not me that you need to convince. It's going to be Ireena. And if you leave Ireena there by herself in an abbey with no guards or no one to protect her, trusting that I don't know, but you assume so, that it's a protected place.
You also don't know. I think it's better if we check there. Then if there really is no place, we can take her there, and if there really is no safe place for her there, then we will take her back here right away. But like you said, it could be this place, and also the Order of the Dragon if we do find the Order of the Silver Dragon, then they would surely be able to protect her. If
The Order of the Silver Dragon? They've been dead for centuries.
But we have information that they might still be active. And
You mean the rumors of the ghosts and the spirits that haunt the ruins of Arkenvost?
successors. Well, like I said, this is all.
I need my sister to be safe, and I trust that you can get her to Khyraezul. What I don't trust is that you'll remain in Khyraezul to protect her. And if you don't remain there, I fear, with no one else to look after her, she will not be safe.
Well, she isn't. She isn't the strong. She isn't the weak lady that you think that she is. She's quite strong herself.
Perhaps you
like
should
you
ask.
said-
Perhaps you should ask Ireena to make up her own mind.
Yes, I think we can. I will wait with my companions
Alrighty.
over here until we get back.
Okay. You guys, I'm gonna jump over to them guys in the town. Oh, the Blue Water Inn. Okay.
His book is not.
Unless there's anything
There.
else you guys want to chit chat.
I'll just chit chat with Kai here, but it's fine. You can.
Okay. I'll be back. You guys can chit chat. Okay.
Yep.
Make friends and enemies. And
All right,
even
guys.
forget them.
Oh, see what I
Um,
mean? It nowhere in there does it justify the fact that they have so much more time than anyone else to learn
Okay.
skills.
You guys are you're outside the Blue Water Inn. Are you guys go inside?
Yeah.
We were currently having a deep discussion on how Earls are dumb, and it's super annoying to try to play them realistically because they just have so much more time to learn than all the other races. Anyway, sorry, back.
Okay. So
on
you
track.
guys
My
are all getting
token-
split up. So
my-
I don't
my
want to keep on
token
taking
isn't
too
on
much
the-
time
yeah.
with everybody split up.
I don't
Yeah.
have a token on the Blue Water Inn map,
You
so
have
I
one?
can't.
I see.
I
you.
can't
do.
see it.
It's
No,
here.
you can.
I'll try to move you.
Zoom out.
Let
Zoom
me
out.
let me refresh then, because I'm on my laptop now and I don't see a token anywhere.
I don't
Okay.
see it either, so it's not your fault.
Is anyone? I cast lights on myself, by the way, just so it's not so dark.
I just grabbed another one.
You-
Okay, now I see. What the fuck? I
can you
saw a
make
token and
me
now
light?
it's gone.
That's not much, so can you make me emit light?
You're inside. Can you see?
It's dark.
I
have
saw
dark vision.
myself in
Wait a
this
second.
token in
Right.
this grid, but in that square that I pinged, I saw my token there, but now it's gone.
He's inside.
I
I moved him
No
inside.
light.
No, look,
He's
you're
right
here.
I don't
Just
see it. I just refreshed the page too, so what I see outside is some the
Light.
same kind of blue flickery light that we saw outside of the Baron's Manor.
Okay.
Is it supposed to be this dark, by the way?
Is it-
Oh,
I
there we
don't-
go.
I just lightened it up a little bit.
That's better.
Herjann, is it?
Can you see yourself,
So-
Herjann? You're right here.
Nope.
Okay,
I-
let me put you in there again. Hold on.
It's it's actually really
Okay.
weird. When
I'm
I
putting you
scroll,
inside. I'm putting you inside again. There you go. Can you see yourself? now?
okay, no.
Are you in the
shadows
right
are-
place? Scroll down.
I'm in the right place, and my map actually
pink?
the inside, but I don't see my token.
You're right
And
here.
what's really weird is that the shadows from me being outside, the line of sight shadows, actually remain. So when I scroll,
You'll need to refresh again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the third time now. I don't know if it's gonna do any good.
Hey, Roll20 is being a bitch. That's.
You mean
It's on this on a cloud server.
Yes.
Okay, the third
And you
time's the
change,
charm. I can
and you
now
and,
see
and you
myself
change the room.
inside the.
Yeah, you change the room, so
Okay.
maybe that has an effect on it.
Also, I'll
Yeah,
need to turn the
okay.
volume down of the thing.
It's working now, though. I can move around and I can see
Wait,
myself.
I can't turn the volume. Oh, there we go.
can I get a
I-
token to see other people?
Yeah, I can do that right now. Hold on.
I can't. Is there music playing? Because I can't hear anything.
Just a fire.
No,
Music-wise.
There was music playing. Well, not music, but there were like stuff playing. Anyway,
Ambience. Yeah, I can't. There's no playlist, but whatever. Let's not let that bother us.
it was just ambient. It wasn't actually a specific sound. It was just ambient stuff.
Okay. So you're in here and you see Danica behind the bar, and it's pretty empty. People are going to be coming in. She's kind of cleaning up, and she looks at both of you guys with kind of disdain. She's just not too pleased.
Is she looking at me like
Understand.
that?
I look at Jan and let him take the lead on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can see that you're upset with what just happened in the town square, and there's no real reason why you should believe me, or
Believe
if
us.
you truly, distrust us, other than maybe the good that we've already done in this town. But are there any other people in this place before I
No,
just
there's
start
no
blabbing?
there's no
Okay.
one in there. She's cleaning up right now.
We actually pretended the whole thing. There's no such thing as a mental lashing of the Order of the Dragon. That's something that's ad-libbing that.
I want you to
that's great.
I want you to I want you to roll just a straight charisma
Charisma?
check with your go ahead your ability modifier.
Oof, okay.
Okay, Herjann?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm rolling. It's just taking a while. Oh god.
Oh my fucking god.
She
How
looks,
can so-
she just like looks at you and she kind of just shrugs.
Look, if you don't believe me, just ask the guard discreetly once the dust has settled. I point at gesture at Fiannos and say, we have absolutely no interest in punishing the people in this town according to the Baron's whims. However, we have important things to do. Most of all, getting Ireena to safety, and playing along with the Baron's stupid charade was the best way of getting out of this without much of a fuss. If you
And-
truly think that we're despicable human beings, fair enough.
Anyone siding with the Baron? We've been working so hard to get rid of this Baron who rules over us with an iron hand and his henchmen, and you're his guest and blessing the town and aiding the Baron. Well, as you can quietly understand, it's not necessarily helping the village, is it now?
Yes, I understand that. And when we get back, hopefully, we can prove to you and the rest of the people here who were disgusted by this
We put trust and faith in you, and sorry to say, it's going to need to be earned back.
I understand that, and it's a risk that I knew and was willing to take when I took the risk to try to save that guy from a more severe punishment. Regardless, we are here for supplies. The Baron said to put it on his tab.
Did he now?
We are here for rations for the journey.
Of course, working for the Baron.
Actually,
Look,
We're not working for him so much as we're levering his need to keep up appearances by parading us around town.
it's pointless, Jan. They don't trust us and they won't until we can prove otherwise. Anyway, we're here for supplies. Would you be able to give them to us, or?
Give you supplies. Of course. What would you like?
Rations? Do you have any rations
We have
around?
rations. Yes. How many do you need?
Well, we need at least 12, preferably closer to 20. We're heading to Khyraezul, and it's going to be quite a long journey.
Yes. No problem. I have 20 of the rations I can have prepared for you in about an hour or two. It'll take some time.
Of course. Thank you. If you need any help, we'll be here, I guess. Yeah.
That's quite alright. She kind of walks off to the back. And when she walks off to the back, you notice when you're this entire conversation is hold on, let me find it here. Where is it? Is you see on the stairwells, looking through the railing of the stairwells, are the two young boys now are staring down at you guys through the railing of the stairwell.
I look at them. Well, I note that they're looking at us, but I don't look back.
Okay.
I don't think we're in good graces, and I definitely don't want to disturb them even more by trying to get close to their kids. So I just kind of whisper to Jan, I should probably... Do I have access to cleanse food and water? Purify food and drink, I do have access to that. I whisper to Jan, I should probably prepare purify food and drink just in case.
I actually think these are decent folk, but, you know, it can hurt. Let's not take any chances.
Yes.
Okay.
And do the kids actually, do the kids actually look afraid of us?
They're looking at you kind of a combination of curiosity, but a little
Caution.
Caution and just curiosity.
Well, regardless, I have a feeling our future dealings with the town, except for the Baron, will have to be through our friends. I doubt our word, the Order of the Dragon, is going to have much sway here apart from the Baron himself. Anyway, we should probably sit down and wait.
Yeah. The thing is, as soon as they actually...
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if the Mardikovs care enough to just ask the guard that we mentally lashed, if we actually hurt him physically, and they'll know that we're good for it.
If they decide to go out of their way to...
If they decide to go out of their way, and if the guard actually decides to tell them, he might want to stay tight-lipped about that
he
secret.
might lie because he's afraid that they'll tell the Baron.
That's a point, and another point is she said that most of why they don't like you now because you're helping the parent too much.
Yeah, like part of the reason isn't exactly what we did, but the fact that we're so publicly siding with the Baron on being on his side.
Yes.
So I feel like that's actually the bigger problem here.
Okay, so I'm going.
Regardless,
you guys are gonna wait here, and just one quick question: where are you guys gonna be overnight? We know that. Are you guys gonna go to Vasily's mansion to spend the night there? Because you guys spend the night somewhere.
Probably safest to go to Vasily's mansion if he can.
Yeah.
Okay, so
If not, we'll go to Van Hatsburg's mansion. If Vasily can't.
No, you can go to Vasily's mansion. So I'm gonna assume that you guys are gonna wait for a couple hours now. She's gonna give you the rations in a bag in which you guys can all carry, and I'm gonna take you to Vasily's manor.
So yeah, if we're gonna be stuck here for a while to wait for to procure the rations, I would actually like to try to learn a spell that's part of my class.
Okay.
Of the
I'm gonna take you to Vasily's manor now, and you guys can chat among yourselves because I'm gonna deal with Robin. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay, so you would have gotten a short rest. I'm assuming because it's been like an hour at least. In Vasily's manor.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be in. You guys are gonna go to Vasily's manor, so you guys will all be together in Vasily's manor, and I'm going to deal with Robin now at the Vistani camp. So
I'm gonna
Okay.
put you guys. Let me say, you guys have knocked on the door. You've showed up at Vasily's Manor, and at this point, Kai and Ilias, you guys can discuss with the rest of them what's transpired here at Vasily's Manor. I'm just going to activate that now, so you guys are there, and I am going to go to the Vistani camp with Robin. Okay.
Can we do our spellcast roll for class spells?
No, god damn it.
Rip.
I'm not learning shit. As always.
Sounds like everyday
It's a
life.
bit slow.
So let me. I'm gonna grab him. You guys can talk among yourselves. You guys should probably talk about Kai and Ileanys. You should probably talk about what the hell's going on at Vasily's place. And so, let me bring up the Vistani camp now, and I'm gonna activate it, which will drag you there. But you should be able to get back to Vasily's Manor. Okay.
Good luck being a king, Robin.
Hell
Story time,
yeah.
children. Children,
What? We.
your father and I have been speaking.
Can you guys
and
get back to the Vasily's Manor? Okay.
Yeah.
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 Okay. So
Okay, do we go to the DM private channel now?
yeah, I'm gonna
Can't
go to
there.
private chat because they don't know what's going on.
Oh, father.
Okay, here we are.
Hey.
So you're back in the camp. They've brought you some ale and mead. There's their music. There's just the mood is super positive and happy.
So, tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Well, it's a long story, but my name is Erzan Amok here. I'm a bloodhunter. I've came here in search of my father. He's passed through town of Barovia and into Vallaki a few months ago. But that's been put aside for other urgent matters, unfortunately.
You're elven, it looks like. Correct?
That is correct.
Well, we have the elven here that live with us. They're a different kind of elf. But
Seagull, you say?
excuse me?
Is it Seagull, the one that lives up north?
Oh, no, well, Seagull's a strange old brute. He's makes bows and bolts and arrows and keeps to himself, but no, we have some elves here living outside in the edge of the camp. In fact, one of the elves, you said you're looking for your father, is that correct?
Yeah. He's been
Casimir
on
might
a road of redemption.
your father's an elf, I assume.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Casimir might know something. He has a house at the bottom of the hill. I suggest you speak with him. He may know something that could help you find your father. He's the leader of the Dusk Elves that live here and around the camp.
I will do that, but I do have a few questions if you don't mind me asking them.
Of course.
Okay, so how did your daughter really get into the hands of this drunk man? And why did he want to drown her?
Well, I don't know why you wanted to drown her, and I'll be looking into that, but she occasionally goes to the edge of the town and meets with and sneaks into the town. I usually have one of our men watching her, and he failed in his duties.
Yeah. Well, chieftain, I do have a favor if it would not be so bothersome to ask.
Of course.
Me and my friends are going to be traveling towards Khyraezul, hopefully by tomorrow. And we were wondering if if you could spare one or two of your men to help us secure a clear, safe path towards the town.
Oh,
If worst come to worst, then we could be chased out of Vallaki.
of course,
We're not exactly welcome there anymore.
Neither are we. That's why we live outside here in our camp.
Well,
of course.
I totally get you.
Of course, he claps his hand.
I mean, Vallaki is not even that good of a city anyways.
He claps his hands. Alexei, Damik. These two guys step forward. Yes. You'll be traveling with our friend here, Erzan, to Khyraezul. Take him to Khyraezul and make sure he gets there safely. They both bow, and these two guys now stand next to you. They will take you to you and your friends to Khyraezul, and I assure you will have not any problems.
Thank you. You've been of great help.
Of course.
Is there anything else you want me before I leave?
I do have something for you. Please, follow me. He takes you outside of the camp.
Absolutely.
He takes you over to this wagon right over here. If you can follow him. You
Oh,
might-
hold on. I walked into the camp again.
And he opens up and unlocks this wagon here. And he looks at you, and you kind of know to look away. You know, he's like looking at you because what he's doing is extremely, seems to be, you know, private, like out of character, like someone typing in their password kind of thing.
Okay, Erzan does look away.
Okay. Here we go. And he gets your attention back.
Erzan would look back towards.
And he has this leather bag, and he hands you this small leather pouch.
May I ask what this is?
He goes, put it in your hand. And if you can tell me exactly what it is, to the penny, I'll double it. And he puts the leather pouch in your hand, and you know right away it's coins. And now he said, if you can tell him exactly how much it is, he's going to double it.
Oh, a game. I love those. Okay, so...
Well, this is a gift for rescuing my daughter, but if you can tell me exactly how much it is, I'll double it.
Let me see if I can do that. I would like to try and see how heavy this bag is.
Okay. So I'm going to roll. You can roll an investigation check.
Investigation?
Or insight. Sorry. Insight check.
Insight. Okay, let's see.
Okay, that's a good insight check. So I'm going to tell you, and you're going to have to guess. I'm going to give you 3 numbers, okay?
Great.
It's either 450 gold, 475 gold, or 500 gold.
Okay, can I ask any further questions, or do I just choose one of those 3 numbers?
Your insight check got you to those 3 close numbers.
So it's
And
between
you're throwing the
450
bag
and
up and
500.
down in your hand, and you're like, okay.
Okay, so it's between 450, 475, and 500.
It's one of those 3 numbers.
Yeah, it's between those 3 numbers. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
That's what you're gonna play.
Well, I can't really ever be sure, so we can just do this. 500 gold.
You're so smart. I knew that you were a smart guy. And he turns around and he reaches in and he throws you another bag. Now you have 2 bags, 500 gold each, 1,000 gold.
That's way too generous, Chief.
No, he puts his arm around you. I'm going to be asking you for a favor sometime, and I expect you to return the favor for me.
I would love to. It would be an honor.
I don't see your character anymore. Where's your... Oh, you know what? My guy doesn't have
right.
his... I see you. Sorry, my guy... I didn't turn on vision for him, that's why.
It's alright. Actually, Erzan's going to ask him one more question.
Of course. You're a brother now of our family.
It's an honor of mine, but I have one more thing to ask.
Of course.
You live outside of Vallaki, and you see people. You often see if there's anyone traveling towards Vallaki through your men, I assume.
Of course.
Have you seen any vampires?
Vampires, you're talking about Lord Strahd now, aren't you?
Yes, or any of his minions?
Yes, we deal with his minions quite often. We bring Lord Strahd wine from here and there. Occasionally he asks us to do a task for him, which we're happy to do, and he rewards us generously, and we keep an eye out for him.
Great. So you are on good terms with Lord Strahd.
Well, you do know the story about the Vistani and Strahd, don't you?
Please do inform me, as I'm not from around here.
Ah. Well, of course, it's fairly well known, and Lord Strahd was struck down in a battle, almost brought to death, left on the battlefield. Our ancestors found him, brought us to one of our villages, and cured his wounds. He would have surely died on the battlefield, and we returned him to his family very early in the battle. His family wished to give us and shower us in gold coins and treasures, but we refused because when we find someone injured like that in battle, we do them a favor and they owe us a life favor. That was centuries ago, and Lord Strahd owes a great debt to us, and we do to him as well, and he permits us to travel in and out throughout Vallaki and throughout Barovia. We also are able to leave Barovia through the mists, which only Lord Strahd has provided to us. And so we maintain our friendly and amicable relationship with each other.
Well, I understand your relationship with Lord Strahd, and I would not let any my own private matters get in the way of this relationship, but I'm going to ask you one more.
Yes?
Has Lord Strahd, or do you know if Lord Strahd sent any of his vampire minions to Vallaki?
No,
Kill or cause Anna?
I don't know. Mostly Lord Strahd, we don't usually deal with his vampire minions. So occasionally we deal with Rahadin. He comes here and maybe has us perform a task. Mostly it's acquire something or to investigate something, but no, I'm not aware of any vampires in.
Has he come recently, Rahadin?
He was through here not too long ago, a week ago or so.
Ah. Well, that all makes sense. Okay, it's a great pleasure,
Oh.
Chieftain. I'm going to.
You do know the Baron has killed several of us Vistani. That's why we
I
live
do.
outside of town.
I do.
So we don't have any good relationship with the Baron. He
Neither do
considers
we.
he proceeded to hunt down the elves, as you know. That's why the
I
elves
do.
live among us. He calls them half-breeds. He calls us half-breeds as well. If it
The
was
Baron is nobody except for a coward that's thirsty for power and is greedy for nothing but political gain.
we couldn't agree more. It was Falkon von Habsburg that saved Anya's sister, who was a half-elf, from being burnt at the witch. He delivered her here, and we took her to Khyraezul, so she could live out her life without being harassed by the Baron.
Yet another reason why we're going to Khyraezul.
Well, my men will escort you to Khyraezul, and you're always welcome. You and your friend and kinfolk are always welcome to stay here in our camp. You'll have safe passage through all the Vistani here in Barovia.
Thank you, Chieftain. You said that there's a dusk elf leader
Yes.
here, correct?
He's a leader of the Dusk Elves. At the bottom of the hill to the south, you'll find his house there. He might have information on your father or anything else going on with the elven community.
Well, I'm going to make sure to ask him, acquire a few things from him. Thank you again. And thank you for this generous payment.
It is not a problem. And as I said, I'll be reaching out to you sometime, and for you to return the favor.
Absolutely. But I will say this, and I hope you you understand. As much as I'm willing to return any favor that you ask, I will not be helping Lord Strahd in any way or form.
Well, that's up to you.
I understand. I do just hope that you keep that in mind.
Well, I will not be asking for a favor of him. If he has any favors to ask, he would ask you directly. I would be asking you a favor for me.
If that's the case, then I'll be happy to help, obviously.
Of course.
Now, if you excuse me, Chieftain, I'm going to be leader. Does he have a name?
Yeah, if you hover over him, can you see his name?
No, the elf leader.
Oh, yes. The elf leader's name is Casimir.
Cass.
Kasimir. Casimir.
Okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your night. I'll be on my way. Thank you again.
Yeah, and these two guys will follow you. They're going to be your whatever you need them to do. They'll do.
What was their names again?
Alexei and Velix.
Great. Okay, I memorized it now. I'm gonna put it in my journal.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm gonna give them. I'll put names on them later.
Okay, let me head to the south towards the camp.
Okay.
Is it that way? I'm going the right
Just go
direction.
south. Yep, you're heading south. You should see it soon.
Yep, here we go. Assuming it's that way.
Yeah.
Okay, who am I seeing?
You see
so
some.
go
You
dusk
see.
elves.
Yeah, you see a couple of dusk elves, and you see one elf. He looks like he's kind of the leader here. And
Hello.
these two guys say,
It's okay.
and he steps aside. What can we do for
Hello.
you?
I've come to talk with Master Casimir.
They step aside and they open up the door.
Hello.
There's a curtain there. You can go through the curtain,
Yeah.
and you see somebody there. He's sitting on this chair.
Excuse
How
me.
may I help you? Ah, an elf. Where are you from?
Okay, so out of character for a sec. Where exactly is Erzan from? Like
You guys are you're from the city of Lizdor, and it's the
Listor, yeah.
Yeah, Lizdor.
I totally forgot the name, and every time someone asks me, I'm like, I'm from far away, but like, where exactly?
Lizdor.
Yeah, Listor. Okay. Well, I'm from a city far, far away from here, but you seem pretty aware of things. I'm from Listor.
Ah, Listor. I had traveled there once.
He kind of closes his eyes.
I assume
Many
so.
moons ago.
May I sit, Mr. Casa?
Please have a seat.
I've come here to talk to you about my father.
Ah,
My name is Erzan Amakir. I'm of the Amakir clan. You, by a chance, heard of us?
I've heard of the Amok clan. They are well known. Bloodhunters.
That is correct. Well, my father has been missing for a few months now. He's been on a journey of redemption. Well, taming.
The taming. Ah, the curse. He has the
So-
lycanthropy.
So you're aware.
Yes, it passes on through rare, but some of the elves and even the dusk elves get it occasionally. There is a tribe of werewolves, a clan of werewolves. They live in the mountains just north of Khyraezul. If your father's anywhere, he would be there. Did you hear me?
Well, yeah, I heard you. Erzan is like he distraught. He's like thinking of things that he needs to do and things he needs to ask. Well, if there's a werewolf clan just north of Khyraezul and we're heading there, then it would be no problem to perhaps pay them a visit. Is there anything that I should know about those werewolves?
Oh, we've stayed away from them. They're dangerous. Well, I don't know if you've known what's happened to us here, the elves here in Barovia. You can see that he's kind of mutilated. You can see that there's some scars on his face, and he seems very old. He's a very old elf.
That's why I assumed he knew about Lesdor. Actually, Erzan would ask him, does it have anything to do with the Baron? Or
It has
is
to
it
do with
perhaps...
Strahd.
Yes, Lord Strahd.
We were fighting against Lord Strahd and his armies. Eventually, we had to surrender. He left few of us to live in the mercy of the Vistani, and who bore them us a valley here in Barovia, and we've been able to live here in harmony with the Vistani. They keep to themselves, and we keep to ourselves.
It is very interesting that you managed to live side by side with the Vistani, ones that are directly friendly with Lord Strahd.
You must understand the Vistani are not friendly with Lord Strahd.
Are they not?
No, they serve a purpose. Vistani are Vistani. Vistani has a pledge to Lord Strahd because Lord Strahd has a pledge to them. The Vistani are a people of culture that when you do something for them and you make a pact for them, regardless of how they feel for you, they are the most loyal and most honored people in Barovia. So if you've done them a great favor, no matter what you do, they will make sure to do a great favor to you. So
you're saying that the only way the Vistani would turn on Lord Strahd is if he were to break their trust or be disloyal to them.
He would have to do that, but Lord Strahd would not do that. The Vistani are too important, and their pact and relationship goes back centuries.
Yeah, I understand. It is.
Now,
just a theoretical question.
Our allegiance with Vistani is very strong. He's adopted, the name of Vistani. I've adopted a Vistani name over the years. We've bonded together. They help us survive, and we help them survive. Unfortunately, these modern Vistani are not as enlightened as their forebears, but they keep the peace. However,
well, that's what matters.
It is my sister, Petrina. She's sealed in the catacombs below Ravenloft. She was a concubine of Strahd. We, unfortunately, punished her when she was turned. And Strahd came, and he butchered all our women. And then he touches his face and his ear. Strahd gave this to me. There's a big cut along his face and his ear.
I'm sorry that...
Now, my sister only speaks to me in her dreams. I feel great guilt and regret. Her soul is tortured.
Is there any way I could help?
Lord Strahd has a pact with the dark forces in the Amber Temple. My sister had shared with me secrets of an ancient vault hidden in the Barovian mountains. It is where Strahd forged his pact with the evil powers. It's where he discovered to become a vampire. I've been spying on the temple for years, but I will need adventurers to help me survive the perils.
Wait, hold on. Lord Strahd was not born a vampire?
No, Lord Strahd became a vampire when he made a pact with the dark forces of the Amber Temple. The
So
Vistani...
Lord Strahd was originally human?
Lord Strahd was a prince. He was a Prince Zarovich. He was the son of King Zarovich. He led the forces in the great battle here in Barovia. In the great battle, he fell, and the Vistani saved his life, and that's why they have a pact for centuries. Lord Strahd had found the hidden Amber Temple and learned of its secrets and made a pact. Lord Strahd had to commit some heinous act. I do not know exactly what it was, but once he committed this heinous act of blood, considered so horrific, that they turned him into a sacrifice of some sort. They turned him into a vampire, and he's ruled over Barovia ever since.
This is too much to take at once. Excuse me, Casimir.
Yes.
If we were to venture to this temp, the Amber,
Yes.
would we be able to unravel Rod's weaknesses?
I don't know. My sister, in her dreams, tells me that is where Lord Strahd has gained his power. Perhaps if I go there, I can restore my sister to her flesh and blood, whereupon I can travel to Castle Ravenloft and end my sister's torment.
But you said that Strahd paid a huge sacrifice of blood in order to turn into a vampire. So I'm assuming that in order to return your sister, get her back alive once again, I'm afraid that you might have to sacrifice something as well.
Perhaps. But she visits me in her dreams. Her soul is caught between Barovia and another plane. She lives in another world. She reaches out and calls for me nightly to relieve her of this hellish life she lives.
Perhaps there's an alternate way relieving her,
Perhaps.
putting her soul to rest. I'm afraid that this Amber Temple would be far too dangerous to venture to at the time being. I'm not sure if we're either ready or prepared enough to go there.
Well, I'll be here waiting for you when you are.
Let me ask you one more thing. At Khyraezul,
Yes.
will we find answers about Lord Strahd in his allegiance?
Khyraezul is a small town with an abbey. I don't know what you would be looking for as per Lord Strahd there.
Well, let me ask you one thing. Do you want to take down Lord Strahd?
He laughs. It's obvious.
Well, I think it's obvious as well what my answer is. And I'm willing to give my all and help you with all my might, my power, and I'm sure my friends and team all share the same belief. But we'll need your help as well, as we cannot do this on our own.
Okay.
Tell me what to do. Give me of your knowledge, and
I will.
we'll do as you say.
I'm gonna jump back to the other guys because I've left them there for a bit. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That I didn't mind. The other thing was learning how to get the volumes and be able to decipher them.
All right, gentlemen, you guys are back here at the manor, and sorry that took a little bit longer. Some things revealed themselves.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys are in a big reveal right now as well, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, they told us about the fact that Ireena doesn't want to go. We kind of went on at a tangent about languages and yeah, all of that. So
I have no idea how that happened. I'm completely innocent.
yeah, completely innocent.
Pushing the linguistic agenda on innocent.
Okay, so you guys have arrived there. Vasily has been playing the harpsichord and wooing Ireena. She's obviously has some feelings for him. So
Very clear.
That's all right. We all have feelings sometimes, but then we push them deep down inside
Swallow
of us.
them and
We
never talk
address
about them again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless there's a football game on TV and we just scream at the little mans on the screen and release our feelings that way. Anyway, I had the
No personal experience with that yet? No, not at all.
No. My team is 8-0 on the season, so everything is a-okay.
So you've I'm assuming that Kai and Ileanys has shared with you.
Yes.
Okay. And
The
are you
idea
going
is
to
for
discuss
Jan
anything
to
with
be
Ismark
able-
or Ireena or Vasily?
Well, yeah,
The idea is for Jan to talk to Ireena alone,
Okay.
and
Good
we're
luck.
letting him handle it.
I guess you have to wait till Vasily goes to the toilet. I guess. Like,
Okay.
Yes.
And in 20 minutes, I'll come back and say, "The aristocrats," and then campaign over. No,
dear fuckers.
yeah, no. Yeah. Let's assume that I would calmly approach Ireena and politely ask her for a word alone, if possible.
Of course. So you guys are going to have a word alone?
You should probably go to the private chat for him with that.
Yes. Yeah. Before you go, is Vasily looking at him like, "Fuck off" or
No,
something like that?
he's playing and smiling, and he has no reason to feel. I
Okay.
mean, you're welcomed in his home. You guys are friends.
Yeah, I know, but so I thought.
Don't forget
I,
the whole vampire drinking your blood in your sleep thing. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
important.
Don't forget the father said that.
Yes.
What's it called? Yeah. For going to Izerk for the fuck. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Good luck. Godspeed.
And,
I'm gonna forget.
remember, last ditch effort. Vasily comes with us, or she comes adventuring with us. One of the
Yeah.
two. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, good luck.
Godspeed, my friend.
Thanks.
Godspeed.
You have guidance.
Wait, what?
Do you want? I don't have to do this in a private channel
You have guidance.
Oh, okay, sure. We can do
because
that.
you guys are.
Yeah. Let's hear
As,
him.
as long as
Yeah,
you let as long as you let Eon speak without you guys now injecting.
And I'll mute.
Yeah, the
We'll mute and just laugh to ourselves.
The reason behind this thing being a private chat in the first place was it's gonna be about stuff that Herjann would not share with anyone except Fiannos. So
Yeah, that's
okay.
a good point. That's a good point. He should probably go in a private chat.
it's not that I got stage fright or anything. It's just
No
stuff that other people shouldn't.
Okay, we're in a private chat.
All right. Okay. I know we haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk or even get to know each other, but it's come to, well, the way Ileanys has told it to me, you have your mindset on staying behind in Vallaki.
No,
And-
I don't know why. Why would you say that?
Well, he seemed convinced that you were going to stay here.
Oh well, I mean, I would prefer to stay here. I mean, you know, Vasily is. Well, how should you say? Vasily and I are close, very close, and there's something that
Yeah.
Vasily like to tell you.
It's pretty obvious that you two have a thing for each other, and that's perfectly fine. The reason why I took your side is I want to be perfectly honest with you, and no one in this group except for Fiannos knows this about me, but the reason I became the Dog Knight and an orphan is because not just my family but my entire tribe of people were wiped out by creatures that in hindsight must have been vampires. And so me having found my way into Barovia and having met you, who's been besieged by a very powerful vampire, doesn't really strike me as coincidence. And so the only goal that I really have in this place is to see that you're safe. And just judging by the last couple of days, keeping you safe might very well entail doing things that you don't really approve of. And obviously you get to have free will, but I just like to stress to you how what I'm doing is in what I consider your best interest, which is to keep you safe. And sometimes that might clash with something like Herjann glances over his shoulder. Your brother is not, the sharpest tool in the shed, and keeping you safe might conflict with whatever your brother has in mind for you.
My brother obviously is going to have to return to the village of Barovia as the new Burgermeister, and I know it's not safe for me there, and initially you guys wished to take me to Khyraezul, but, I've been told and I fear that there's nothing for me in Khyraezul. There's no town guard, and I don't know anyone in Khyraezul. And if you come there, I'm afraid that, as Izmark told me and Vasily reminded me, unless you guys stay there with me indefinitely, then I'll never be safe.
We've actually arrived at somewhat of the same conclusion. The thing is, the one thing that we're certain of is that you're safest with us. And for the time being, we need to go to Khyraezul. Fiannos and I need to learn how to remove curses.
I will certainly go with you with Khyraezul. If that's where you think I should go. But after we get to Khyraezul, then what?
Well, Fiannos and I will try to learn how to remove curses because Stella Wachter has been cursed by Viktor Kolyanovich, is that the last name?
That's correct.
The Baron's son. And I need to remove a curse from myself. The thing is, the plan was never for us to simply, and you have my word on that, just drop you off in Khyraezul and leave you to your own devices. That is not what I understand or consider safety. But as you have seen in the fact that Falkon von Habsburg, one of the most powerful people in this town, has been attacked by vampires in his sleep in his own mansion, I fear that you're not safe staying with Vasily, who just, von Habsburg's mansion is just several houses over. What happened there could easily happen here, and so I really think that you're safest with us. And the thing is, we know very little about this place. The one thing that I know for certain is that a powerful being like Strahd desires you, and he still hasn't gotten a hold of you. And I want to make sure that it remains that way. And so we'll all do our best to keep you safe, but it might mean that you have to, if you value your own safety, stay away from Vasily for a bit.
Why would I stay away from Vasily?
Well, just
why
in
don't he
case
come with us?
If he wishes to come, if he wants to come with us, he could come with us. we're not keeping him, but we all had the, well, inkling that he might be more interested in the local politics right now, at least for now, rather than an excursion to Khyraezul.
Well, I'll speak with Vasily, and I understand and that you're trying to protect me, and I know my brother has a duty to the village of Barovia. So I agree in principle, but let me speak with Vasily.
Sure. Just as I said, no one but Fiannos knows about my past, and I'd prefer it to remain that way.
I will make sure not to speak it to anyone, and I greatly appreciate that you trust me.
Yeah, I appreciate that you keep my secret. I only shared it because with how little we know each other, I figured this would be the best way of showing you that I'm sincere about my intentions.
I fully understand. Okay, I'll take you up to the main room.
That's not that much.
So
How did it go, Jan?
Not too bad. We might have.
Ireena has asked Vasily to step out for a second, and they're going to have a private conversation in the other room.
Yeah, to just clue you guys in, she was perfectly on board with coming with us, but
She wanted Vasily.
Well, the way I phrased it was basically, I'm putting your safety first, and that might conflict with what other people in your life want to do, and perhaps what you want to do. And she wanted to, she asked for clarification what that could entail. And I was like, if Vasily, like we suspect, wants to stay here, and we go to Khyraezul, we would like you to come with us and not stay by his side, because it's not safe here, yada yada. And she seemed to be on board with that. But she's going to ask him if he actually intends to come with us, or if he wants to watch the fireworks in Vallaki while we're gone.
No, he's gonna be the fireworks. We're gonna be watching him.
Possibly.
Erzan was already plotting to kill him.
Yeah, Erzan's in.
By the way,
Erzan's in a whole
we just
another
universe.
crazy. I mean, the stuff that's going on with Erzan right now, crazy stuff.
Bro, I would need Pyram's help to relay some of the information, because there is so much information.
Yes. Yes, there's a lot.
It's good that we sent you off on loan to deal with all of that.
Okay. And you guys have talked among yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pyram, did you hear my headcanon about what happened to Robin?
No.
Okay, so he mentioned at some point that he became a king. So my immediate thought was that he has an arranged marriage with the girl that I saved and that he was bringing back, because her father is secretly the king of, like, the Vastani. And they now have an arranged marriage.
Yeah, he married me off to the 6-year-old.
It's a lot worse than that. A lot worse than that.
Oh boy!
I wouldn't put it past
when you guys find out who this little girl really is, who the mother is, you guys are gonna freak out. Robin knows. Robin knows all about who the mother is. And you're going to find out that Ireena's just a whore. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that doesn't make sense for it to have anything to do with Ireena.
And I actually don't know anything about the mother yet, so...
No, he doesn't. But there's a bunch of other stuff he does. He has learned. Okay.
Some of them are pretty crazy. Anyways.
So hopefully we'll get out of town by the end of the session and head over to the Vastani camp. So hopefully we'll deal with all of that next session.
So they come out of the room to the side, and you guys are all there in the living room.
Yeah.
Gentlemen. First, I must say thank you and welcome to my home. And I know you've been through a bunch of trials and tribulations here in Vallaki, and unfortunately the Baron and Lady Wachter have been taking advantage of your generous hospitality, and I feel horrible that my good friend von Habsburg has now fallen ill to these deadly vampires, and honestly, I
do believe now, and what Ireena has told me is she would probably not be alive today if it wasn't for you bringing her safely here to Vallaki. So I must say, with a heartfelt thanks for bringing my beloved Ireena here safely to Vallaki.
Out of character? I mean, she would probably be alive, just not living, probably, you know.
Okay.
Sorry,
Right.
just wanted to mention that.
She shared with me that the need and pressing urge to go to Khyraezul, and well, I did share with her my opinion that Khyraezul was a remote village with no real protection and no guards per se, and I haven't been in some time, and the abbey's there, and I understand that you wish to seek potential safety, and perhaps there's something there that can give Ireena more security, and so therefore I've agreed with your assessment and she should go to Khyraezul with you escorting her. So let me share with you Ireena and I's plans together. Ireena and I are engaged to be married, and we will be coming with you to Khyraezul together, and we'll be asking the abbot to perform the ceremony on us for our wedding.
Congratulations.
Holy shit!
What could possibly go wrong? Out of character.
Jan, fuck off.
That was out of
Ismark
character.
comes over and
I know, but
Ismark
still.
comes over and he puts his arm and he gives a big hug to Vasily. Vasily, I hope you're not doing this out of pity to the death of my father and the difficulties he's had. And Vasily laughs. No, you know that I've had an eye on your sister now for what is going on more than a decade since she's been coming as a young girl here to Vallaki, and it'd be an honor to have her as part of my family and you to be my brother. And he smiles and blushes. Obviously, Ismark is extremely jealous of Vasily is a good-looking, dapper
Same.
young man. And Ireena's like, oh, and Ismark kisses his sister and says, "Bless you, and you're in good hands with Vasily."
Well, if that's the case, are we still able to leave tomorrow at dawn?
Absolutely. I have my staff preparing some extra rations and stuff for you, and we'll be good to travel.
Thank you. By the way, did one of us write in the 20 extra rations? Or no, can someone write that in for us? The 20 rations that we got from the person.
And we didn't pay anything, right?
Yeah, no, it's on the Baron's check. So.
I'll just add them to my inventory then.
Okay, cool, thank you. Again, shitty laptop, so don't want to.
Excellent. This would be a great and auspicious occasion to be married by the abbot in Khyraezul.
Yes. Well, with all of that being the case, it's getting fairly late and we need to leave at dawn, so I suggest that we all get some sleep.
Of course. My servants will show you some of the rooms upstairs. I'm sure there's
Thank
more
you.
than ample space for you. I mean, well, Van Habsburg's place is quite considerable. This one is not so bad. He gives a little wink and a smile. You realize he's kind of making some kind of arrogant jest that he has money as well.
Yes. Well, I can tell you that upon considering some of the other places that we have slept, this place is absolutely splendid. So thank you for letting us stay here.
Of course. As they say in the Iberian Peninsula, mi casa su casa.
Had to sneak that in there. Okay.
So,
I think we should end the session here. We're all getting too giddy and meta.
all right. So let's.
Robin, you missed this. Robin, did you just get back?
Right here. I'm right here.
Yeah, we can finish up what we did during a long rest. And then we'll
Oh yeah, yeah.
start
Robin,
the session early in
the
the morning.
guy is coming to Crescent Vistas, and him and Ireena are getting married, so no killing him.
Okay, guess.
You guys are gonna be
All right.
I will smite you if you kill him.
That's my job.
I will help you
So
smite
let's
him.
let's
I'll
let's
cast Guiding Bolt so you have advantage on your smites.
let's do a
Only
little
the Vasili's can be smoten.
let's do a little
Recap.
yeah, a little session breakout here at the close. So let's review everything here. Obviously, the
Start with Erzan.
okay.
He's
I think we should leave Erzan's mystery for next session.
Yeah,
he's got
we're not
he's
gonna
fucked.
we're not gonna yeah, he's fine, but we're not gonna share anything at the Vistani camp or what's going on with Erzan. He'll keep that a secret.
Until next session.
So let me ask you guys a general question, and I'm trying to time it, but sometimes it gets a little carried away because something new gets involved. Are you okay with the breakouts to the private chats?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
absolutely fine.
we can get to just chatting about either like planning stuff or just random shit, so it's completely fine. You
So
should have heard
one of the things that
conversation
I thought was
prior.
important in this one was getting both Kai and Ileanys separate and start planting the seed about what's going on with Ismark and Ireena and everything. Especially since Fiannos and Herjann, the Order of the Dragon Knights, are duty bound. It kind of puts some conflict resolution inside the party because now you've got that. So I thought it was important to keep those separated. And then obviously what's going on with Erzan with the Vistani camp.
Yeah, that was all fun.
Okay.
Like we said, it's probably like the separation's probably gonna be like not as much when we leave Vallaki. So
Yeah, exactly. It's just that there's a lot to do, not a lot of time to do it. So
right. So everybody here is now at Vasili's Manor. In the morning, you have your two wolf hunters arriving to. It's going to be a rather large party. I'm sure Ismark is now going to go for the wedding at least. So it's going to be a rather large party. It's about a 3 days journey to Khyraezul. To give you an idea, if you're looking at the Vallaki map, it's like roughly, sorry, not the Vallaki, the Barovia map. It's roughly 3 to 4 hexes per day, to give you kind of an idea. So about 4 hexes per day gives you an idea of how long it's going to take. So if you said 4, you could say each hex is about 6 hours or so.
okay.
So it's going to give you an idea about that. You have the map there, and even though that you do have the map, you have the 2 wolf hunter guides, and I assume you guys are you've arranged to meet up with Erzan at the Vistani camp on the way out of town.
Yes. The idea is grab everyone, including the wolf hunter guys, go to the Vistani camp, grab Erzan, and sort out whatever shit is going on there, and then head out to Khyraezul.
Guys, I'm gonna tell you something right now. If only Erzan knew about the wolf guys.
Okay.
You're not going to tell them anything.
No, I'm definitely not. But I just wish he knew.
I mean, he would know that they exist.
But he would know. He would not know that they're. Actually, he would not even know that they exist.
No, he would. We would tell you about it at some point.
Well,
we would have told you about it at some point.
But he definitely would not have known that we hired them.
Well,
no, he wouldn't know that we hired them. Yeah,
you know about them, but not that we actually went through with it and hired them.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what.
So,
yeah, well, you'll know soon enough. So since I'm assuming the Vistani camp is like an hour or 2 out, so if we leave at dawn, then
it's about
we'll
an
be
hour
there
out of
pretty
town.
early.
It's a little over an hour out of town.
Yeah, then we'll be there fairly early. So
okay. And were there any things within the village of Vallaki that you want to review or go over? Any questions?
we're gonna be coming back here. I know that much. There's a lot of shit going on here, so I don't want to review anything now, lest that we, get some information that we aren't supposed to find. So there's a lot of things here.
I pick up.
They're still open.
I'm gonna call it now and say we're gonna come back. Lady Wachter is gonna be in charge, and we're gonna be persona non grata.
Yeah, but we still have the curse for. If we have the curse for her daughter, that might
We
lessen
have
the
leverage,
effect.
yeah.
So we have leverage there. That's the thing.
Oh, fuck, we should.
And we have
probably
information about the guy as well.
It
Don't
probably
forget
would
we
have
have
been
information
better-
about
yeah.
the.
The thing is, we're gonna be gone for at least 6 days, so by the time we get back, she might have made her move. And having that information and volunteering it to her before we left would have probably been a good idea.
50 feet. 50 feet, that's...
Because
Wait.
she's
No.
gonna have overthrown the Baron already without the proof that we have on our person. So it's not.
We
gonna
still have the
be-
curse, the removing the curse. Then plus,
Yeah,
I don't
that
think
is-
it's gonna happen that quickly. Izek is still alive, and Izek is the main problem. And keep in mind, she kind of needed von Habsburg to get rid of Izek, and von Habsburg is out of commission. So I'm not sure if she has the resources or
Yeah.
the manpower to get rid of Izek.
Yeah, true.
So I feel like she won't be able to get rid of Izek that quickly. Because she needs von Habsburg, and she needs her on his side, which he might be after all of this shit, but he won't recover in time to deal with Izek, I don't think.
Unless I'm right about him and he's actually reptiloid and has superhuman recovery powers.
Well, if you're right about things, we're fucked no matter what we do.
Yeah, we're actually fucked.
I believe that's very much the spirit of this campaign, but we're just going through the motions of
You have
slowly getting
no
fucked.
idea.
Hey, I
Oh
have
my
enough
God.
existentialism in my real life. Don't bring it in here as well.
Anyways, it's 60 feet. 60 feet means how many? 5. Fuck. Oh, wait. Fuck. 60. That's 5 feet. 1 hex. So,
Yeah, 20 feet is a day's worth of travel.
So it's 3 days.
That's what Pyram said.
Without measuring.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Fuck.
He has said that multiple times today. He said like 4 times today that it's 3 days away.
3 days to Khyraezul by the normal
Yeah.
roads and routes, without any detours.
But what if I want to take the road less traveled by to end up in the same place?
Well,
Yeah,
if-
I want to. What if I want to die?
But I gotta head off, so thanks for playing, everyone. See you guys.
See you
Bye.
next week.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Adios.
Uh.
No, that's the normal distance it would take. I mean, obviously, if you're going to take a detour.
Well, we've got our wolf hunters that might shorten the distance, go through
Well,
unusual.
they told you it was 3 days.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're gonna go take.
Watch
They told
them
us
be
it was 3 days.
lycanthropes, and as soon as we're past the city gate, they morph into blue hedgehogs and yell, "Gotta go fast!" and just leave us in dust.
Yeah, that might happen.
Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, Jan and your paranoia. Oh.
I don't think. Okay, so I think we might have something that helps us next session. I think I'm not sure.
Okay.
So we've got wolf hunters.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 more people in our party. We are taking both the little bitch boy and his wife.
Wait, what?
4 people. Okay.
Are you talking about Ismark or
No, silly.
Oh yeah.
That's silly.
So and her brother.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay,
No,
so
but-
Ismark wasn't even worth mentioning, gotcha.
Ismark's not coming, no?
No,
I
he
don't
is. He's coming for the
Is-
wedding.
Darn.
I'm assuming he's
Yeah.
coming for the wedding. So,
What happened to I am the burgomaster of Barovia, I gotta get back to my stuff. Let's just leave
the stuff
Barovia.
of staying in the tavern and doing nothing because you don't control the city in any way, Strad does.
Yeah. He's
God.
got like 1.5 brain cells.
Yeah. 1.5 brain cells and an inferiority complex.
On the other hand, Vasily has a superiority con. He thinks he's better than everyone.
I mean, he is a noble, so
So
you know.
So what's he aiming at?
Let's just say that sometimes you don't act all that much different.
I don't get your point.
You're both nobles. You both act like snobby nobles sometimes.
Yeah, you're a noble too. Don't forget
Yeah.
that, Erzan.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not that much of a little crybaby.
Well, he's not crying.
Yeah.
Not yet.
How is he being a crybaby?
He's being a gracious host in a nice place.
Yeah, he's willing to come with us. He's willing to leave Lady Walker and all of these shenanigans to come with us and get married to Ireena. You know,
Because he's a
that's more than I expected of him, honestly.
I
because
think
he loves her.
Hell, the
think-
hunters are going to
I
be surprised.
think-
Remember they joked about Vasily coming with us? He's actually coming with us. Imagine the look on their face when Vasily
Oh,
just
yeah.
comes out with his fucking rapier and like traveling attire. So, like, I would say no. He's definitely
yeah,
not a
you
bitch
guys are
boy,
gonna
like.
have two dappy lords with you. You're gonna have Erzan and Vasily.
Yeah, exactly.